Ooh, and I think we are live once again with another episode of Wild Beyond the Witchlight with these guys, the Jumping Junipers. Last session, they were just departing from Little Oak towards the Never Landing and encountered the Red Cap crew of this pirate ship led by Big Red, who seems to be a piratey red cap, not from around Prismere. And little scuffle started, and as Squeamish was getting bloodied, he was trying to uh, like back down and surrender. But Big Red was accusing you guys of not properly respecting the rules. But he was eventually, his weapon was taken away, and he was also kind of just more on the side of trying to talk. So people put down their weapons and decided, yeah, let's actually talk this out and figure out what this guy's on about. Because he kept on saying that you were sent by someone, sent by Mugen, and it was later revealed that Mugen is another name for Will of the Feywild, and there seems to be more to Will than meets the eye. Red was explaining that he is the real kidnapper. He is the one who stole those kids from around thither and gave them to the hag in the first place. And it's as if he's just trying to right a wrong by freeing them again. And clearly there was more to this story. And trying to get this story from Will was a little bit of a struggle. But turns out this is true. He had somehow been corrupted by the hag. At least that's what he said. He'd made a bad deal, and that he had wanted to change his future, shape his own destiny. Because it turns out that Red and Will are actually characters from a storybook. A book called The Boy Who Refused to Grow Up. And in this very strange revelation, it turns out that Red, all he wants is to go back to the book with Will, but Will refuses to. He says that he ripped up the book, threw the pages down a deep, dark pit, and never wanted to look back. And it all stems because he found out the ending to this book and didn't want it to go through. He said that he never wanted her to leave him. Seems like Will's got perhaps a deep, dear friend, or maybe a love interest that ends up abandoning him, and this is what spurred him on to try to change this destiny and seek out the power of this hag. Where that book is now is apparently a hard detail for the others to recall. Red and Will both seem to struggle remembering it, as if it was just some sort of strange webbed place. That was all they could really repeat. And Red has agreed with you guys. He'll help you get the kids back if it means that Will agrees to come back to the book. And there's also talk about perhaps making a sequel or several little smaller books, a saga for Big Red, so that he has his own ending kind of embellished and such. But yeah, so you guys really had to be a liaison between the two of them, because they seem to be, as written, deep-seated rivals and adversaries. Other than that, you did find Bella. She was a little pixie inside a jar that you popped open the cork. She was unharmed. All that she was, the reason why Red Cat had kidnapped her was to lure Will out and get him to basically face his past. You also met Squeamish and learned about his fear of blood, and Red's kind of more endearing side in that he does encourage his crew to brave the wilds and face their fears. So Red isn't perhaps all that bad, but in any case, yeah, you agreed that when you came time to storm the workshop of the hag, you'll come back for Red and work as a team. So, in the meantime, you held up your end of the bargain, and Will agreed to tell you the secret how to get to Wayward Pool, and that is to pretend that you're a unicorn. So everyone here dressed up in one long, kind of Chinese dragon-styled unicorn with a big sheet over the top. Of course, Mischief had to be at the front with one of the unicorn horns you found in the Owell, and yeah, it seemed to work. A couple of added extra touches, like mystical flowers blooming at your feet, strange ethereal music, and the like. And it seems, yeah, the pool's mists parted, and you were able to see a small lake, forested crags on the shoreline, and near the center was this rocky islet. And you swam across, feeling as though the water was easing your wounds and bruises. It was like a purified essence in this water that was healing you. And even Notus lost a level of exhaustion just from swimming in it. And then finally, when you reached the middle, you saw there was a small brazier, and coals were clearly used to light a fire here at one point. And you decided to try and light it with a mundane tool. It seems to just extinguish, but Druidcraft did get the coals going. And finally, that's where we caught up. The lakeshore mists part to reveal a white horse with a single gleaming horn on her brow. She seems to stand perfectly still, silently observing you, as though she's been here this whole time, watching and waiting to see who you people are, how you're perhaps acting in this place. And as I think Baird called out her name, Lamorna, she seemed to take like one hoof forward across the lake. And that is where we left off. And she looks across to the rest of you, and you can tell there's almost like a sorrow in her eyes. It looks almost as if she's kind of lonely in this place. But at the mention of her name, she does seem to look a little perplexed. She says,
"You know my name." You must know friends of mine then.
We're friends of anyone who wish it.
I saw your little trick. You fooled the lake into thinking you're a unicorn.
Did you like it?
It was interesting.
Is that a no?
she seems to be perhaps holding back some sort of emotion here. I'll let you guys roll an insight check.
Chris, if I'm recalling correctly, Sibilna liked unicorns.
Ooh. The Baird insight, always true.
How so? Yes, there definitely seemed to be a connection. one of the things was that Zabilna oversaw the transfer of the carnival into the hands of Mr. Witch and Mr. Light. And one of the very first attractions that was never inspired was the carousel. The unicorn carousel.
Mm.
Yeah. So there is definitely some sort of connection, and perhaps yes, Zabilna does like unicorns. I mean, here is one in her realm, for sure.
Mhm. Can I have a quick little whisper to Snicker Snack?
Yes, you can.
Be like, hey, do you know this guy?
You know this guy.
It's a girl.
Guy can be girl. That's fine. What do we say? Sneaker Snack seems to peer out or sense out. I do remember this creature, but they were always with another. But now they are alone.
Another unicorn?
Seems that way. And actually, with that 21 bed, you're picking up on perhaps in a more lighter setting, they would have perhaps seen this in a more, a sort of a happier light, right? They would have been interested in chuckling at the idea of you guys making this unicorn costume. But there's kind of a hint of sadness behind her. Like she wants to enjoy the act and the fantastical costume that you made, but there's a sort of sense of sadness that belies the way she says interesting. It's almost as if she was hoping for something else. And maybe the what's the good word? The imitation of another unicorn is actually what's bringing up those memories.
I'll walk over to Bird, and we'll just relay the information I was just given, and then I'll just like whisper to him, and then I'll take a knee and like bow to the unicorn.
Baird will say, sort of calling out and saying, "We had some questions we wanted to ask, but it seems something troubles you. Someone is lost, or something is gone. There's a loneliness in your heart."
This whole realm is losing its magic, losing its heart. Its heart has been corrupted. Those hags are the cause. I can already sense my waters muddying, the trees fading, losing leaves. And I'm trying to safeguard but one last pure place in this realm. But it seems there are not many out there willing to help.
Baird will smile and say, "Well, we may be not what's expected, but that's exactly what we are here to do. Everything we can. And perhaps more."
And it is as I hoped. I sensed good in your hearts. But I held my breath. What do you wish to know?
Baird will look to the others to see if they had questions they wanted to ask first. It seems he's reluctant to selfishly ask his question.
Our friend is looking for their song that they have lost. It goes something like, what was it again?
Hmm.
I try to play it on the pan flutes as best as I can remember.
Okay, yeah. You play the beginning
Yeah.
notes of this song on the pan flute, and there is a glint in her eye, almost as if a nostalgic memory is being brought to light. And she begins to animate the very waters of the lake to form liquid sculptures of the things that she's almost thinking or that you're describing. And she begins to animate a image of Zybilna. And you, for those who haven't seen her, this is the first time perhaps you see her, but it's from a side angle. And she seems to be sitting down and playing on a, what's it called? It's like a piano, but it's a string piano.
Is it the
Harpsichord?
clavier? Oh, harpsichord.
A harpsichord, thank you. Yes, that is exactly it. And as she's playing this tune, it's silent, but the sculpture is playing this this strange tune to you. And you're obviously the one providing the music as the liquid sculpture is playing it. And as you kind of finish the first part of the tune, you see the animation of the sculpture continue to play further parts of the song, and yet the sculpture remains silent. And she, of course, after this, the waters subside and sort of melt away, rippling across the still lake. She turns back to you.
This is a song that Zybilna always had stuck in her head. She could never forget that.
Yes.
I too have heard it. Echoed across Brismere. Perhaps in times of need. Perhaps whenever one was in trouble. I myself tried to play the song, tried to whistle its tune, and yet Zybilna never came. When my beloved disappeared, I was lost. I was hopeless. Zybilna would have fixed this, but she did not hear the song. She did not come.
I'm sure she would have, should she have been able.
Indeed. I fear the worst has happened to her.
Well, that's why we're here. Perhaps do some good in her stead. for the good that she's done for us has been immeasurable.
You wish to free her then?
Ideally.
That's the plan.
At least find her.
I believe she is still in the Palace of Heart's Desire, imprisoned there somehow. She was usurped by her cruel hag stepsisters. I dare not speak their names for fear that it will corrupt the very waters I stand on.
It's quite strange. All of us here in some way may have been given a gift by her. And for some of us, that very gift may yet be stolen by them.
You two have had something stolen as well, then. We are the same. My dear Eladon was taken from me. I believe they sought to use his magic to imprison Zaelong in her stronghold, in the palace. Because shortly after, Zaelong seemed to disappear from this place. And I know she is here. Her presence is still felt. But no one has seen her. No one has seen her leave the palace. She must still be inside. If they did use Eladon's magic, it's possible that it is needed to free her. But I don't know where. I don't know where he is. He would never leave me. Perhaps he is the hag's prisoner as well. Or worse.
The one in here? In Loomlurch?
Potentially, yeah. She kind of nods, and you see as she's saying this, that is a watery sculpture of another unicorn, and as she's contemplating what's happened to him, you do see a single tear kind of rolling down her cheek and falling onto the waters. Now those tears seem to merge with this sculpture as it looks back at her.
Did we ever figure out where that melted unicorn horn was from? That was at
It wasn't
Trinket.
melted. She failed to melt it.
Mm.
It was like half melted, right? It was
No,
like,
not
no.
at all.
Well,
Was it?
yeah, you actually never found a horn, but the little magmin elemental there told you that she had intended to try and melt down a horn, but failed and could not. And so she gave up doing that.
Oh, wait, it wasn't that we found the horn, it was that the tastes
It was like candy.
made us think like it tasted like the
yeah.
sugary unicorn horn, right?
That's right, yeah. It reminded you of the sweets that I think Ulric gobbled down with the little cone of, of candy.
The Magmin thing told Notus about the horn.
Yeah.
And it's with she traded it to the guys with the air balloon, right?
Yes.
That's right. Yeah, she got rid of it.
Okay.
Actually,
No, didn't she get it from
correction. It was stolen, I think, from her, and someone sold it to those guys. But it wasn't Bavlorna who gave it up willingly. Someone took it from her and sold it to them to get a
Wait.
profit.
Someone stole the horn from Bavlorna,
And
sold it
Mhm.
to Charm, Bubble, and what's their name?
Trinket.
Trinket.
Yeah, Charm, Bauble, and Trinket.
Trinket,
Yeah.
Bubble, and Trinket. Okay. But then they sold it again to someone else because
That's right, and they sold it on.
when we were there, it was sold out.
Correct.
Okay, sorry, I
We
was like, where have we talked about a unicorn before? And this was what came to mind.
Yes, very good, actually.
in the carnival, we helped unicorns find their names at a carousel, and they were missing their horns, stolen, which we've now found. If a unicorn is separated from their horn, what is to happen to them, Lenora?
There is a look of horror on her face, and you can see her almost little legs kind of shaking and shivering at the idea.
I
He
apologize.
took his horn?
We don't know.
Those cruel hags. That's something they would do. Disfigure my beloved. They took his horn.
And you see the watery sculpture, the horn part, just sort of bursts like a bubble and splashes across the water. Almost like a blood splatter, but it's not as visceral as that. It's obviously still clear, crystal clear water, but she can't seem to help but imagine what's happened to him, and it seems, yeah, quite a visual element has come to mind and reflected in that sculpture.
But if that happened, he would still be alive.
He cannot be dead. No. I refuse to believe it. I would know. I would know if he was. I would feel my heart break into 1,000 pieces. He must still be out there. But perhaps he is just imprisoned. Like Sibilna.
Then we will look. And we will find. Truth is something we seek.
You hear a voice from behind you. Where is he? Sir Talavar says, "Yes, as do I. I believe it is of the utmost importance that we figure out what the hags have done. When you say imprisoned, is this why these hags have been running amok? Seems as though Sibilna is rather powerless to stop them. I wonder what kind of spell or enchantment is on her. One that could imprison an archfey seems... Well, it must certainly be a match for her."
From my understanding, as long as Sibilna's out of the picture, the hags can do as they please. They're in charge of Prismere. So
Indeed.
all I know is, and I'll hold up the thorned hilt, be like, this is one part of the key to freeing her.
Hmm. See Sir Talavar kind of twizzle his moustache. And likewise, Lamorna kind of leans closer and she begins to apparate the image of Snicker Snack in the water. The full complete sword.
Look.
There we go. So a watery replica appears.
A key. The key is perhaps a symbol of hope. But it is not as I remember it. Where is the blade?
Yeah, so it's like some kid like went to the carnival and like lost it, and now the hags have it. Don't know who did that, but I'm trying to get the pieces back together.
Yeah, some kid. Don't tell her it was
Liar,
you.
liar, pants on fire.
He's not technically lying.
I'm not.
He's lying at the part where he says, "I don't know who did it."
Yeah, he knows who used to do it, which is Kid him.
It's
I see.
regardless.
We're here to
So?
help Snicker Snack, dude.
Each of the hags has a
If Snicker
piece.
Snacks... Oh, they do?
Yes.
If so, if the pieces are found, it is possible that it may be restored. Zybilna was always intent on fixing things that felt broken. That is part of why that song exists. It is almost a signal to her. But as for who would be able to forge them together, I'm unsure if my power would be adequate enough. I do not deal in weapons. I much prefer peaceful options. That said,
Just because it's shaped like a sword doesn't mean it's a weapon.
well,
It's supposed to be a key to open the castle, right?
the
If it's a
palace
key-
does have many locked doors, but they are usually held shut by guardians, not by lock and key. I'm not sure whether this represents a physical key or something more of like a symbol of hope. But there may be those who are able to reforge it.
That is
But
good.
they are far, far from here, over yonder.
And you see her looking across from your point of view to the west, right? And
Yep.
there is an icy sculpture beginning to rise up in the water of a mountainous region. And you see little cave entrances in the watery sculpture. And there seems to be just the smallest little figures, kind of animated, marching in and out of the the little caves.
Oh no.
They're too tiny to kind of determine what they are, but there seems to be a mountain-dwelling peoples that she seems to be trying to think of when the idea of reforging it comes to mind.
And they're here? in
They're in Yon.
over in Yon.
She nods.
As a question, whenever the melody was being played on the harpsichord, did it match Baird's full song, like to a T?
Tricky to tell. If you could, maybe if you could see all the keys. Roll a perception check. We'll see if you retroactively could trace all the keystrokes. Because it's mentioned it was like a side-on image. Yeah, and the watery nature and it being translucent made it kind of slightly distorted, right, and warbly. So you couldn't quite tell, but she was definitely continuing to play further and further notes.
Have you, in the time since Zabilna has not responded, has anyone been using the melody? Before the last...
Oh, yes. I have heard it. Others calling out that name, trying to find some hope, some reprieve from this corruption. And yet Zabilna never came. She would have helped. Zabilna may have been vainglorious, maybe even deceitful at times, but her magic kept prisoners safe and isolated from outside dangers. She always did her best to aid its denizens in whatever plight they were experiencing. This was a retreat. This was a safe haven for those broken hearts or minds or homes. They could make a new home here. And that song, that would unify them.
Because I don't know if this makes sense, but when I try to play it, I can't. I can only make it so far.
She kind of looks towards you, sensing something more troubling. She's gonna seemingly cast Detect Evil and Good. Oh my goodness. This
Bling.
doesn't seem to be like just a spell she's like speaking aloud though. I imagine it's more like you see a spiral of magic sort of twizzle up to the tip of the horn and then sort of burst with a beam of shooting lights. Her eyes kind of dazzle with starlight, and you see the pool rippling and reverberating even though her feet aren't stomping, as if some sort of emanation or power emanates from her. She senses something, or trying to sense what is wrong here. And though you feel it kind of wash over you, a calming, kind of peaceful aura of her magic, you don't feel like any kind of cure comes or anything like that. And she seems to bow her head slightly and shake her head as if whatever she was attempting was not enough.
There is a shadow hanging over you. I sense some sort of curse. Am I wrong?
No.
Though I normally can break some malicious enchantments, this feels more sinister, more deep-rooted. It can only be the work of the hags. And I also sense each of you carries a similar curse, at least similar in source, perhaps. It is shifting, changing. Even as I sense it now, it tries to hide itself. This is a shifting problem. One that you must have been fighting for a long time.
What can you do when it chokes out the words of the Meadowlark?
Sorry. So again, when you choke out the words of
A Meadowlark.
what's that? A metal line?
A songbird.
Oh right.
Oh, is that from the Nightingale fairy tale? Or
It's just a songbird, but it's definitely like
It's just okay. Yeah. So she thinks for a moment.
My powers are to purify, and when choking waters would assail someone, simply dipping my horn into the waters would cleanse and cure. I'm not sure if it would do the trick, but I could try and push back the curse, but I fear as though the hag's magic is too strong, too deep-seated. That's why I'm unable to move against them to find my Eladon. I fear I may only fall to their corruption as well, fall into a trap. But if you promise you are here to help, here to find my Eladon and free Zybilna, I will do what I can to help you in return. So, do you promise this?
didn't we already promise to save Sabilna?
we would have done so without offer of anything.
I promise. That this is the plan. Freeze that Bilno. Fix the mistakes of that kid who lost that sword.
Yeah, what a stupid kid.
That's what I'm saying.
Um,
Who would take
so
such a
Galtic,
sword?
we're not talking about. No.
I'm just gonna shoot him a look.
Yeah.
Come on. Who would lose the key to freeing Zybilna? in a stupid beholder carnival game.
She looks towards you as well, Notus. As she's hearing the others promise this.
Oh, I thought that was a given, right? Yeah, I promise.
Okay.
I have
It
a
seems as
question,
though she
though.
just. Oh yeah.
Does she know Strongheart's unicorn?
Do you know Strongheart's unicorn?
We
Do they have-
unicorns are all connected in some way. And
Oh,
yes, I am aware of Strongheart.
you know Strongheart?
Yes.
What's his unicorn's name?
I don't think we were
Strongheart?
like. I don't think Chris ever established what its name was, but I know he has a unicorn.
Okay, but so it's not Eladon. Speaking of,
No, it is not Eladon.
Either way, they're a relative. They're doing good. Last I checked.
I'm your
I
guest.
do not recall its name. It has been some time since we have all been together in one place.
I personally would call it stubborn, but that's,
No, Strongheart's unicorn was a valiant and fair beast.
Mythical beast. They kind of trying to recall, and when they bring up the memory of them with a kind of replica, you do see kind of like Strongheart atop like a watery horse, looking oh so gallant. But it's peculiar. The image of them is also accompanied by the rest of Valor's call, including Ringelrun and Molliver and
Molliver.
Elkhorn, etc. They are all there. They seem to all be like looking and searching for something, and you see that Strongheart's got his like hand up to his eyes as if he's scanning the horizon, and then he seems to point out in different directions as if delegating them to split up. And you see Elkhorn waddle off one way. You see Elkhorn. Sorry. You see like Molliver slink off another way, and you see Ringelrun and the cleric's. I forgot the cleric's name. They accompany Strongheart, but it seems as though he dismounts from the horse and pats the unicorn's mane, and then points backwards the way they came. And there's like this, like the unicorn seems to nuzzle into Strongheart's face, and as if saying goodbye, and like there's a departure. And the unicorn turns around, and you see the watery sculpture just walk back. Strongheart seems to steel himself and then nod to the others, and then they begin to make their way somewhere. You're not sure. The watery sculpture doesn't depict a surrounding, just that they all seem to split up.
Is that the past, present, or future?
These are thoughts that are coming to Lamorna's mind, so they most likely are past? Question mark? It's not confirmed,
Time
but
doesn't make sense here.
but
Is it?
yeah.
No, but what I mean is like
They
is it
are-
a memory, or is it something they're seeing as it is right now, or are they seeing the future?
A question you could ask them, because it
That's
is
what I
not
did.
something you.
But you answered.
Oh, okay. I can tell. All right.
It is a memory. That may not answer your question as to whether it is past, present, or future.
It answers it. If it's a memory, it's in the past.
If you say so.
Yeah, I do. This place doesn't make sense, so I'm making sense of it. So it's the past.
Is it safe to say that it looked like that they were looking for something?
They were.
Something or someone?
Who's to say?
They couldn't possibly be looking
I
for
only
someone.
know. I only know what the butterflies have told me. They have heard whispers. They have heard and seen their presence.
In Prismere?
According to them. But you should never trust a butterfly.
I hear butterflies like to gossip.
I'm gonna take a little bit of offense to
Indeed.
that.
Pixies.
Baird will speak up at the idea of whatever the butterflies have told them. And will say, before this morning, have the butterflies ever mentioned someone who someone with a crown of butterflies?
You refer to a monarch. I have heard there are many monarchs that perhaps rise and fall. But none that usually come here. I have heard my brethren speak of the carnival. This is where they are crowned. But never one come to Presnia before.
Yeah, I've never seen one in Prismere.
I have. Wait, you have two.
Until now,
Ah,
Points at Echo.
I sense it.
I'm
My
not like
powers not only sense an evil presence, but also one of great good.
I'm not like a real
It is-
monarch.
Oh, but you are, Your Highness.
Baird is going to reach out his hand to Vaike and go, your magic, if there's a danger to it, perhaps following a line of something that might be better might give a better idea, rather than trying to stop the evil.
You're saying this to Lamorna, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Like a threat.
She was actually asking for like confirmation earlier that everyone was promising to go do something, and then she was actually going to like lean forward and try to cast something again on you, Baird.
Sure.
But
if Yeah, I think everyone
She-
agreed. So
And at the mention of like trying to help in some way, she does lean forward and like offer her horn forwards towards you, and you see kind of again another brimming of magic spiraling to the point, and it's held there for a moment,
is
ready to be sort of received.
will it be dangerous to you?
She shakes her head.
Okay. I'll trust that. And should I kneel? I'm not sure what I should do in response, but I'll do whatever.
It's as you, yeah, it's almost as you sort of start to hesitate and wondering what you need to do. It's at that point where just it seems like even just the notion of accepting this help is enough to suddenly have the magic wash over you and again cast another powerful spell. You can tell it's really got. I rolled it on myself. Some clearly like some touch of purity and celestial quality to it. Um, there is a moment where it washes, pushing back the darkness that's at the back of your mind, and not just your mind, but everyone's mind as well. It is as though a great light is intensifying and silhouetting some sort of evil that hangs over you, and yet the brighter the light shines, the stronger and darker the shadow feels like it becomes, to the point where it goes from like this soft gray to like this pitch black that's hanging over you, and it stretches on across the lake, almost trying to dissipate itself, and yet it still feels like it's tethered to all of you. Even you, Vaike, it seems to be hanging on. Perhaps there is one like tether that is snapped, but there still feels like there is two more clenched onto your wrists and pulling them tightly. And you can almost all feel that physically as well as mentally. And for you, Ulric, as well, it feels like there is many tethers, more like there's just stakes through every single limb of yours holding you back, and like a many chain, many links in this chain, in fact. Whereas for others, maybe it feels more of a singular thing that is sort of hanging on you like a one hook. It's dug into your flesh, and as it's being pushed back, it's pulling on that flesh, and so it may feel like an uncomfortable sensation. And she notices that on you guys as you're perhaps sort of like wincing or straining or trying to block out the light, and she immediately stops the casting of the spell, realizing it is not working and she cannot break this enchantment. And she immediately kind of brays for a moment, sort of whinnies, and says, "Oh,
With great strain. I'm sorry. I'm. I'm too weak. This is. This is too much. Maybe Eladon would have not failed you.
It's
Maybe I
alright.
doubt myself.
Fair to look up, and he's sort of like, I presume he's sort of like sitting on this rock edge. As he sort of pulls his legs up to him, and he says, "It's all right. What's another day?"
I feel like I have failed you. You promised such good things, and yet I am powerless to return the favor.
Our assistance doesn't come at a promise of help. And that was never a condition we set.
I must have faith then. There is still some way to break it. Most likely you will have to face the hags yourselves. Then, perhaps, reasoning with them, you will end the curse.
Oh yeah, reasoning for sure.
I do not condone violence, and yet you may be forced to do some extreme measures should they resist, should they prove impossible to reason with. But I do not wish the death upon anyone.
Me neither.
These
But some people do need to be punched in the face. I feel like that's like a fact.
Our Vaike is a bullheaded one.
She makes a Babylona water sculpture for you. Like a watery Babylona appears before you, Vaike.
Yes.
You punch it in the face. The water just explodes, and the splash goes everywhere before dissipating. And you do see a slight smile on her face as you do this. And she looks a little bit reminiscent of something.
What is this reminiscing?
You remind me of Eladon. He would never stand for such injustices.
Vaike's our leader.
Whoa! I'm not the leader. We're all in charge here. We listen to each other. Just because I got the crown doesn't mean I'm some monarch. I'm just a guy.
Who's turning into Strongheart with each and every day.
Whoa.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing like that guy either.
You just need to grow a mustache.
Dude, don't think I haven't tried, okay? But
Oh,
I
that's
gather a
where the
bunch of
scar
green
comes
people.
from.
Stick them on his face. There you go, mustache.
It's a shaving accident.
no, that scar is from a fight. Ask Ulric.
Uh-huh.
Right,
It was
Ulric?
a really tough fight with the razor, I think.
Look. I'm just a guy, just like the rest of you, just trying to right my wrongs, okay? Just trying to make a difference, that's all. Not a hero, not a strong heart, not a leader.
I imagine we're all just collectively sharing the same look. Like, yeah, he's in denial.
Just a guy who wants to punch some hags in the face. That's normal.
Whilst my magic may not be able to aid you in this moment, I can at least perhaps offer up some information that may help. When Zaelong ruled Prismir, no one could enter her palace without an invitation. It's unlikely that the Hourglass Coven is capable of enforcing similar restrictions on the palace. There is, unfortunately, a mist that seems to have fallen over this land. It is blocking entrance into the other realms. I'm curious as to how you crossed over, in fact.
We went over.
we went through. We have this like. I'll pick up Clapperclaw. We got this little guy, person.
Oh,
Hello.
Is Clavicle here?
Hello.
Yes, there is.
Brilliant.
My apologies for being really quiet the last couple of days? Hours? How long has it been?
Sunlight.
Hours.
Hours. I was alone with my thoughts.
Oh,
My thoughts weren't very good. though.
Glottic says, "A penny for your thoughts," you could say.
lost in thoughts.
That's a
I was
good one,
wondering
Goltic.
why things like, why is the sky blue? Why can I talk without a mouth? Well, I do have a mouth.
Wait, you don't have a mouth?
That's true.
How can I think without a brain?
That's because you got Penny for thoughts.
Bernice.
That is very clever. I like that.
It's my joke. Glottic says.
Garreth just said it better and louder. That's
Yes.
Poor Goltic.
He's got the confidence to carry it. Yeah. There you go. I've updated.
Versus the 12.
I
Yeah,
updated
that-
little Clavicles token. Here you go.
Oh,
You
very
think
good.
Clapperclaw has a mouth?
I do now. I completely forgot that we got his back.
Yeah.
Ah.
We have a plan to get rid of the mist. We gotta like find this giant golden windmill, wherever that is. We gotta find
Yeah,
that.
it's in Yon. How do we get to Yon?
Well, I assume we just get back in the balloon and we go the second
A
lane.
good question. One that she happily answers. In fact.
Oh.
See,
yes.
she the
She
Lorna?
knows.
Ooh.
there is one who knows the path. One who is from yon.
Please don't let
Only
me
they
charm.
may know the path back. Charm? It is likely they would be able to sail to yon, yes. But there is another. I have had to have words with them. They already spoiled some of the water with its oily substance. Took a great deal of time to wash out that stain from the coral and rocks.
Oh no. It's a polluter.
But they meant no harm. They are as pitch as black as those coals in that brazier. Perhaps that is just an element of the place they are from. I don't hold it against them. But yes, there is one who may know the way back to their home. A little oil can. I'm not sure whereabouts they are. But they did stop by this lake one time. I don't know how it got past my enchantments. I suppose it did have a singular horn. I've really got to tighten up that
Oil
enchantment.
can, right,
haven't I?
guys? I'm not mishearing that. She said oil can.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, she did say oil can, yes.
Wait, is it oil can or
Yes.
oil lamp?
An oil
Oh.
can.
I presume they
And
can.
so,
Talking
yeah,
oil.
she nods. She begins to make a sculpture, a watery sculpture of this individual. And you see Squirt the oil can.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Wait, we've heard
My
about
mask
this.
And
just
yes.
goes yellow. I'm like, I do not comprehend. How is this?
And that's why he got past the enchantment, because he technically is a unicorn as well.
Yeah.
He has a horn. And yeah.
What?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't seem to be at all like perturbed or even she like reacts to your reaction as if to say, "What?"
Yeah, it makes sense.
No, it
Yeah.
doesn't.
What do you mean it doesn't? It does.
It's an oil can.
Unicorn's a very broad term. A lot of things fall under
It
unicorn.
has one horn.
It is a
What?
can of oil.
We could have like snapped off one of Ulric's horns and he could have gone in.
Oh well, maybe we. I'm glad we did it.
One of our
We
friends
could've.
is a talking scarecrow, Notus.
And
Yeah,
you
but
ride
the
a frog.
scarecrow is different. It's an oil can.
Technically, I have a child's soul in me.
Oh,
Oh.
Okay.
Only one?
Yeah. All right.
Wonderful. I'm glad we got to the bottom of that.
Yeah.
So does the oil can have a soul?
It must.
Probably. We can ask.
A black oily one, yes. But nonetheless, they know the way back to Yon. They are from there.
Let me show you the way.
And they should probably go back there before they spoil any more of my waters.
or he runs out of oil.
He can get cranky when he's out of oil.
Oh man, he would love Jack.
Isn't there a story like this where there's a scarecrow and an oil can?
Is there?
Something about stews?
I don't read.
Oh! Yes,
Yeah.
I think we've mentioned this one before.
I don't read.
Wait.
The Wizard of Oz.
Well done.
Yeah.
Well done. You
yeah,
did
Baird will
see the
start telling
reference.
Story. Baird will start telling the story of the Wizard of Zoz.
Sauce.
Yes.
Soz.
Ah.
Yeah. Or the Sorcerer of Zoe or something. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yes, I'm still Dorothy with my golden shoes. And the little
Yeah, you gotta find the
if
root-
anyone's
you gotta-
Dorothy, it's Garreth.
You gotta follow the. You gotta
I
follow
got,
the.
I got my Toto. I got my Toto. Where's my
You follow the
Toto?
ruby
Jack
Right.
Toto.
Ulric is the
Oh, no.
lion with no heart. Vake's the Tin Man.
Bird, scarecrow.
How am I scarecrow?
The crow
What?
scare.
I guess
Uh,
Scarecrow.
I'm a
The chicken,
cockerel.
scare chicken.
Yeah, the
Why
scarecrow.
isn't there-
Chicken.
Yeah. There's scarecrows, so why is there no scare chickens? Yeah.
But do you know what direction this
I don't-
oil can went?
Yeah.
It does think for a moment.
It was. Well, I admit, it
I
might
bet
have
it's
been.
young.
It was here, and I shooed it away, regrettably. If I had known it was being helpful, may have had it stick around, but I shooed it away, and it wandered off into the forest. I have not seen it since.
I mean, if it's slippery, it's hard to stick around.
Wow.
It could be anywhere. But I imagine it might have left a little trail. Ink blotches and the such. A stain
way did it go?
across the grass. Perhaps, that way? I cleaned up the mess afterwards, so I don't remember or recall where. But it did wander back into the forest.
I'm
That's as
sure
much as
we'll
I
find
remember.
it. Things have a tendency to make their way to us.
Oh, we have a tendency to go to places.
It's true.
Are
Yeah,
we
you seem to
walking or
find
is
your
the
way,
world
don't you?
moving under us? That's the question.
Both. It's both.
Well, I fly, so I would hope that I'm going in a direction rather than the world spinning underneath me. So Talavar says.
Maybe you're pushing the world around with your wings.
Oh, this is confusing.
I don't like this question.
All right. Well,
What else can she tell you? Let's see. Hmm.
you mind if I take a swim in the
So-
water?
Yeah. Yeah, you've already had a swim. She welcomes you
Alright.
to swim some more. Ah, yes. Okay. You asked about Snicker Snack.
I did.
She will continue that line of that question because you seem to mention it's a key, and she seems to think it's a symbol of hope. So let me tell you what she means by that.
Unlike most unicorns, they would probably leave you with a vague and mystical answer that doesn't really answer anything. But I might be able to elaborate on why that sword is more of a metaphorical key. Snickersnack's destiny was to defeat the creature known as the Jabberwock, a dragon-like being that lives in Zybilna's palace and frequently prowls the forest. The Jabberwock even tried to reach my wayward pool, but it was always turned away by the lake's protective magic. I must emphasize,
Does
it would
the
be
Jab-
wise to avoid the Jabberwock, especially in Snickersnack's current state. For once it sets its fiery eyes on prey, it rarely gives up the hunt. You had a question, Garreth?
Does the Jabberwock have a horn
No,
or more?
none.
Okay, that's helpful in case we accidentally knock off one horn and it stays with one left.
It is a long, slithering-like body, lithe and smooth-scaled, wide, bright eyes, gnashing, gnawing teeth, warbling, maddening voice. If Snickersnack is a key, it is a key to defeating the Jabberwock, and thus being able to explore the palace, find and freeing Zybilna. Thus, it is indispensable. You will need it to overcome its guardian.
It's like floating in the water. Damn.
I
I'm
just realized.
I'm gonna have to kill the Jabberwock.
Notice?
Yeah.
Yes.
Your tuning fork. Is there a range on how far it can look for the key?
I don't know. I haven't used it yet.
Do you think you can
Uh,
use it to find the other parts of Snickersnack?
Can try.
Yeah? Do you want to do that?
Yeah, I walk over to Vaike and I smack it across his knuckles.
Ow!
Ding! Yeah, it just starts ringing, and you feel the magic take hold, and it seems to work as though it is now trying to sense said key. And the way that works is it will ring again when it gets close to the location of said key, ring twice when you are in the vicinity of said key, and ring thrice when you are confirming if it is indeed said key.
Garreth, you're a genius.
Of course I am.
Well, don't. Hey, that's gonna go to his head. Don't say that a lot.
He's always been the smartest one here.
Wait, that's gonna go to his head. Come on, be careful.
I don't know. I've always thought Garreth was the brains of our operation.
Someone has to be.
I thought it was Jack.
See? But Jack's not here, so now it's me.
Are you saying Jack has your brain, and when Jack's not here, your brain goes back?
Well, he's not.
Garreth was always the one who made plans.
I
Big
think
one.
it was Jack.
I've been making plans since before I met Jack. Okay,
well,
technically
it's
she was my
official.
sister,
You have the
but
brain.
I have a brain.
That's what I just said.
Oh.
Speaking of, my friend Notus here has lost their eyes. Have you heard anything of such?
I mean that's not that important.
It's
Hmm.
important.
Yeah, okay, but it's like not like life-threatening. It's like bottom of the list currently.
That's not true. It's actually let me pull up the list real quick. It's number 1 on the list, actually.
Yeah, I mean, but in terms of urgency,
Number 1 sounds certainly urgent.
Yep. If I could chop my arm
shun
off
my magic.
and get you your eyes back, I would.
don't do that.
I would.
That's really dumb. Don't do that. Borrow Gareth's brain.
I only I only need 1 arm to punch someone. I'll give Garrett
When I
his brain
shun my
back.
magic at you, I sense the outline of your curse. I didn't get the full picture, more of a silhouette. That said, I sense there is a shadow that has stolen them. That shadow is, well, rather amorphous in nature. Seems like it is shifting. It took flight to avoid even being near my celestial presence. You're going to have to chase it. Perhaps stitch it back on.
I mean, like I said, bottom of the list. Like,
How many flying things have we seen? We know there's a Jabberwock.
Seen?
Oh, there's that stupid
One.
storm cloud.
Well, a
Well-
shadow weighs nothing. And a storm cloud could be mistaken as a shadow.
Yeah, we all
vice
know
versa.
who it is, right? That one spooky lady that kept showing up at the carnival. We all know it's her, right? You gotta go beat her up.
Charity.
Well, don't say her name.
They aren't a hag.
Oh, I don't know.
It's like saying April. Like,
April, April, April.
But yeah, but April's cool.
April sneezes 3 times.
Oh.
A watery
There
sculpture
you
of April.
are! Oh.
April.
It waves and then dissolves.
But yeah, no one on the list is more important. No one on the list is least important. Everything's gonna
I'm
get
not
done.
saying it's not important. I'm saying priority-wise.
Priority-wise, we should make sure we get back to Downfall soon.
Did
Yeah, well, we need the painting first.
did you get this similar sense from my curse?
And she looks towards you. And does indeed kind of nod.
Your curses are perhaps fallen under the same fates, at least in similar veins. Though yours is both more elusive and yet also more prominent. It is both trying to hide and be in the spotlight at the same time. It's as though it did not shy away from the light, but instead reveled in it, wide-armed, proud of what it was.
I see.
Strange dichotomy. As for yours, Ulric, there seems to be in many pieces. I sense what was once whole has been scattered. It will be very tricky to find everyone.
Yeah.
But perhaps we will start here.
Oh, sad.
And she begins to sort of swim down. Yes, swim into the waters. And you see when her unicorn horn lights up, and you see something shimmering at the bottom of the lake. A kind of shining object down there somewhere. As if someone has made a wish and tossed a coin into the lake.
Well, I don't think. I mean, if she can't go down there, I guess I'll go dive and grab it.
Hmm?
Ulric's BRB, isn't he? I just remembered.
He is.
I
Oh, he's
literally
back.
just got
Okay.
back.
Okay. Lamorna says that your curse is in many pieces and it'll be hard to get all of them back. But she says she could help start right now. And when she
Oh.
glows her horn, you see something shiny at the bottom of the lake, reflecting the light.
No, I'll jump in.
All right, you and Vaike are gonna have to roll initiative. We call them the jumping junipers.
And guess who has advantage on this? What? There's no common encounter currently viewed.
Oh, you don't have to roll, and actually, just instead, how about you both roll athletics? That makes more sense.
Oh.
Because it's swimming, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, I'll make an athletics check.
Okay.
Rage.
You're like, try. You don't have to. You definitely feel as though Vake's got the lead on you. As soon as you both see it, like Vake's off, and you're just a moment behind him. When you get to the bottom, you see Vaike is picking it up, not with his hands, but with two little
vine.
little vines that wrap around the coin and pull it free of the soil.
What is it? It's a coin?
It is a coin, yes. And it does seem to have an ancient-looking kind of design to it. Doesn't look like a normal minted coin that you would have traded with back in the material plane. Looks like a far older style. There might be a year on it, actually, but it's so old that it might have been kind of worn away.
I'll resurface,
Okay.
and I'll hand it to Ulric. Don't eat it.
Why are you do automatically assume I'm gonna eat it?
Ulric, what do you do?
Eat
Exactly.
it. Just bite it, see if it's real.
God damn it.
No, just check if it's legit. Just a little.
I mean,
little
actually,
chomp.
that might be the source of the eating thing. It might be a continuation of the
Oh
idea
my
of him biting the
God.
money to make sure
That's
it's real.
so real.
Mhm.
Oh my God. That's such a perfect overlap. Weird. Yeah, as soon as you put it into Ulric's palm, because it's kind of wet from being down there, it slowly begins to slip out of your hands and almost fall back into the water. And can you give me give me a sleight of hand check, Ulric? See if you can catch it
Alright.
again.
Yeah, I'm real good at those.
Oh, he's alert.
Yeah, I
to-
bet.
It won't stay in his hand.
Hold it.
Can,
That's what
can
I
I
thought.
use
Yep.
can I use my my invisible mage hand?
Mm.
Yeah, you can try and catch it, no problem. It does slip out of Ulric's grip almost immediately as he tries to put it up into his mouth. And oh my, that wasn't good either.
That was big.
Vaike
You just
tries to
slap it
catch
back
it
into the
too.
water.
I got it.
But you
Mage hand
see
even have rolls associated, or does it just do it?
yeah, it's just do it. But yeah, I'll say that Baird, as you try to like reach out, you see like a hand made of bubbles sort of reach up out of the water and lift it back to the surface. And yeah, it kind of floats before Baird, like captured in a bubble, preventing it from falling back down again.
Barrett will sort of take it gingerly and go, no curse will be capable of taking these away. Not when it matters.
Well, obviously Ulric can't keep it, and we lose money when we're around Ulric. So I feel like there's only one logical conclusion.
We gotta find a bank.
Put it in Clapperclaw's head.
Mm-hmm.
I was
Any
gonna say
first
throw it in a
thoughts?
portable hole. Wait, hold on. Clapperclaw, come here real quick.
Crack
You have
open.
over.
Crack open Clapperclaw's head.
Can I see the coins in Clapperclaw's head?
You can hear them rattling around in there, and yeah, if you shine a light inside, you will see them. They
they
are big
look
enough
the
that they
same?
can't fit. They are of a similar ancient-like design. Perhaps, though, they are of different eras, but they are both kind of what you would call like old ancient coins. Yeah.
Mm. I'll put Clapperclaw down after like picking them up and looking through at their head.
Yeah. The one you have is kind of a little bit more like angular and rectangular. It's not like a perfect circle, right? It's who here. Hang on a minute. There is something written, but it's so faded you might not be able to recognize it. But I'm just checking who speaks. Does anyone speak Dwarven?
Of course not. Who the fuck speaks Dwarven?
Ulric does.
Do you think
Ulric does.
I get or
do.
something?
Woo!
Yeah, which absolutely makes sense as to why you would have perhaps taken interest in this coin to begin with, because you saw the kind of dwarvish old design on it, and you were like, "Ooh, ancient dwarven coin. That's got to be worth something." So yeah, it's got that kind of like a little like rectangular kind of knot around around the rim of it. Whereas the ones in Clapperclaw's head, they look like they've got like little skulls on them.
Barrett is going to look at Ulric and say, because this isn't money.
Gloltic's like scratching his head. Wait, what? It's not money?
Yeah? It's a trinket.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't spend it on nothing. I'd kind of
And
like
what
a,
is
a charm.
And if you would never spend it, it's not money.
Yeah, rocks are money.
And Barrett is going to like gingerly reach over and place in Ulric's hand. That which cannot be spent can never be coinage.
Did you say it was a trinket, Vaike?
No, it was me.
Oh, Garreth? Sorry?
Yeah?
Did you say it was a trinket?
Well,
Oh,
yeah?
hasn't the Fae traded in trinkets before? As soon as Gloltic says this, Ulric, you feel the coin slipping out of your grip again.
Oh. I'm gonna try this real
Does it-
hard just to like squeeze it.
Ulric, would you ever spend this coin?
No, I would never spend it.
But
I
it
could
is
turn
a
it into piece of
possession.
jewelry for you.
What?
I could
A
turn
piece
it
of
into
jewelry.
so then that way it's not
Oh.
spending.
Oh.
Yeah, that
yeah,
makes
if
more
you could.
sense.
It's something that you wear, right?
That could work.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm confused. Jewelry has worth. People trade in that too. Ulric Gloltic says, but I might not be helping here.
Just because it
Sentimental,
has
it's not
worth
something you
doesn't
trade.
mean it's money.
So Talavar's like thinking as well. That could maybe work. I do like the piggy bank idea as well with Clapperclaw.
Or we could just put in the portable hole.
You open your mouth up, Clapperclaw. Yeah, I mean, Ulric, it's up to you what you want. You can either try and take Notus's offer and turn it into jewelry. You could take Clapperclaw's offer and store it in their head.
The bonus is
Because,
you don't
yeah,
have to
even
pay
though-
me to get the coin back.
You know,
Yeah.
I'll do the piggy bank.
Yeah, we love it.
Okay.
Thank you for
Yeah.
the Clapperclaw's treasury.
Is there an interest rate on this?
Yeah.
What?
Do I have to do like a withdrawal like sort of
Yeah.
fee?
Yeah, there's an interest rate.
You need like a debit card
Yeah.
to take money out.
Brilliant. In that case,
So
yeah,
you're
you see it kind of
you're paying Clapperclaw to keep your money.
Yep.
It's an inverse interest.
Does Clapperclaw get smarter with every coin?
Oh no!
no, but
The more pennies, the more thoughts.
yeah, I see. They're gonna need a lot of pennies then to fill up the whole skull. Three thoughts is still quite low on intelligence, but I will say this:
Hey, that's
it does
more than
feel
what I
like
got.
it belongs. Yeah, right. Oh god. You got 5 coins. You got 5 coins.
Or like Clapperclaw?
Yeah, It does feel like it kind of belongs as well. Like when it hits the other coins, it feels like it's just as secure. And although you've got those big old eye holes, the coins seem to be never big enough to fall out of those.
How does it get in?
Who knows?
Lamorna says that probably wondering how it got there in the first place and why she knew it was there.
A dwarf came by the lake. He too had a horned helmet. It appeared as though one of them was broken. Perhaps he was in a battle. And again, my enchantment just seemed to stop him from getting through.
That's Elkhorn.
I believe it may have been. I did not
Wait,
interrupt his quiet meditation. He seemed to be thinking of something, and after a long while he tossed a coin into the lake, perhaps hoping for a wish.
Or a witcher.
I only wish I was able to grant it. Wait,
Hmm?
I see now. I have been blind. His wish. You need to find him. All of you. I believe he may have been looking for someone and wished to find you, and although I may have not been able to fulfill said wish at the time, I will be able to point you in the right direction, and in turn, perhaps still fulfill that. Yes,
Then that is a
he
good way to
went
go.
the way the leaves fall. He went the way the trees bend and break.
That
Uh,
is eeny, meeny,
Can
miny.
Baird silently look towards the trees in the middle of this area and see like the direction that any of them, like any rustling leaves that like pluck off are falling?
Yes, there is. Almost as if peculiarly there is one tree as if it's in autumn, whilst the others are not shedding their leaves. There is one that is slightly more bare than the other, and you can see some leaves on the ground next to it by the shoreline, like drifting across the lake.
Well then, that way we go, I think.
Judicious trees, in other words.
Make like a leaf. Sorry, no, the other way. Make like a tree.
And what else? Have I got round to everyone? Oh yeah, that was one more thing I was gonna say, but that's fine. Save
Garreth.
that. Garreth?
We have
Yeah,
not
you haven't asked any
Garreth.
questions.
I asked a question.
Okay. One pertaining to your lost thing, but you don't have to if you don't want. You can ask. But I think you might get similar answers to what you've heard before.
I mean, I already have a clue where my sister should be,
Yeah. Exactly.
but the other part is no one has actually seen her there. So maybe Lenorna might know if she is okay.
Okay. So you're asking.
Have you
Go on.
heard tales about a girl that should look like me? I've heard rumors she should be in Loomlurch, but no one who's been there that I've spoken to has seen her.
You start to see a watery sculpture of Hannah forming And the only way she could replicate such an image of you is if she has perhaps heard or seen of them. And she looks as though she is lost in this forest. And she looks like as though she is running from something or someone, turning over, like looking over her shoulder as if something is stalking her in the shadows.
Wait.
And you see another image, a watery sculpture of Sopig hiding behind trees, tiptoeing closer. And Hannah looks scared. She looks as though she is running, trying to hide. And Sopig just disappears from behind one tree and then reappears behind another, getting closer and closer on her. And Lamorna says,
There was a tragic tale. A poor girl. She was being hunted by another girl in a pig mask. I believe she is one of Scabatha's.
We know who Sopik is. But this happened long ago?
Long ago, so she thinks for a moment as you kind of ponder long ago.
Yes. Long ago indeed. It was yesterday after all.
I believe the current Sopik regrets the chase.
He came to the carnival again.
Or is this another Sopik? Was it future Sopik?
She seems to think it was yesterday's Sopig.
Yesterday's Sopik was chasing Hannah. Just
So she
like
said,
how yesterday's April took fake swords.
We have yet to see the end of a day.
I mean, sure. It's starting to make sense.
it would make sense why April and Sopig have seemingly not grown up in all these 8 years you last saw them. I mean, you were all children back then, same as Sopig, and now you're all young adults, and yet Sopig still is a child. Seemingly so is April. At least childlike. So, yeah.
I guess there is time still.
So it's possible that if Hannah is here, she says this, I guess.
It was only yesterday that I saw her. Your little sister may still be out there. Or
Out there, so
perhaps maybe Sopig caught up to her. I can really only tell you what the butterflies and fireflies have whispered, but I have not seen her today. No one has seen her today. It has been a long and bad day. And I fear that trees are still losing more and more leaves.
How long has
This-
it been a bad day?
A long time. This day seems to drag on forever, and the forest seems weary. The color seems faded. Even the waters are feeling more stagnant. I'm doing what I can to keep them purified, but feels as though it is
Hmm.
more and more swampy with each hour.
Wait, swampy? Ooh,
Yeah.
I'm sure she doesn't like that.
No. Look, you see Lamorna dip her horn into the water again, and you see a pulse of purifying aura pushing it back. And even in the time you've been here, the water is just a slightly less clearer shade. But that's possibly because Vaike and Ulric took another dip in it. But you see, she purifies it. It does become crystal clear again. And all the silt at the bottom that you uplifted Ulric is now, or Vaike, has just been kind of settled again.
Is the swampy effect from
Mm.
all the sisters or just the one?
I'm not sure.
Garreth is asking Lamorna.
Oh, you ask her.
The feeling I have got is though things are being corrupted slowly. My waters are turning darker shades. The sweet smell of the forest has become tinged with rot. Plants have been decaying and dying. Animals have been seen that are diseased, who come to drink of my waters to clean themselves, and there are even sightings of other hooved folk on the migrate. They are leaving their home. It is a sad day indeed. But there is change in the air, and not a good one. If it persists, I fear the forest may not be a forest for very long.
We need to stop this. Or rather, stop this change.
We'll stop them, Garreth.
Change itself isn't bad, but this change is.
Glotzik says, "Oh, hey, a swamp's not all that bad, right? But
It is.
I can
when it's
see why you
harvested
wouldn't
or-
want your forest to turn into one."
Well, I feel like we know where to go now.
Oh, seems that way.
So we're gonna go get this painting,
Yep.
right? That's the next step.
Yeah, we need to painting.
Mhm.
Free these kids.
Um,
Get the next shard.
Actually,
Baird,
yeah, she does. Oh, go on.
Baird is going to reach into his pack and pull out, I think.
A what? A fig?
No, he's going to pull out a he's going to pull out one of the many carved charms he has,
Hmm.
and he's going to place it like on a rock by Lamorna and just like bow.
Hmm. Okay.
Before we begin preparing to leave.
All right. She does seem to look at it and smile.
You give me a gift already. The gift of hope. And I suppose things could be worse, after all. Even with the change in the air. There are worse fates for Brisney, I imagine. At
You always
least the Summer Court does not know that Prismere's ruler is imprisoned, and its realm vulnerable to invasion. That is the only saving grace.
And at that, you
Turns back to
all see
Televar.
you see a very uncomfortable look from Sir Talavar, who looks to be clearing his throat, straightening his mustache, and looking the other way. He flaps a distance to the back, trying to hide down behind everyone. Hides behind Mischief.
Sorry, Sir
Baird-
Talvar.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
You wanna you have any comment on the matter?
No,
Didn't you say you had a message
No,
from the
no,
Summer Courts?
I just wanted to cast a minor illusion of the sound of a distant roar. Oh goodness, there's the lion you were talking about. We need to go find them and have them join the team to find the Sorcerer of Zoz. Let's move along now. I'll discuss this later.
Baird will say to Lamorna as she's saying this, and he'll say calmly, just like a matter-of-fact, calm way, "There's always light to be found in the hope of tomorrow's dawn. There is no permanent change that can't be fixed. Even if today seems dark, you have to hope for tomorrow. There is nothing that will permanently leave things broken."
And with that, you see the unbroken sculpture of Eladon form once again. And as that's being formed and you're like looking towards it and you're all kind of ready to turn and leave, as you go to turn, Baird, you see, shockingly, there is also a watery sculpture of you as well. And it seems to be perhaps a younger you with not as bigger bags under your eyes. They seem to be strumming a tune, and they are playing. This time, you can see a bit more clearly, as it's front facing and on an instrument that you know how to play. They seem to be playing your song, but you can only hear it in your mind. And she says,
Take some solace at least, knowing that even with your song lost, there are still those willing to come to the aid of others. And you have shown me that.
It's the only thing I can do, so I do it.
Even if you did remember your song, right now, Zybiona cannot hear it. And so it seems everything again comes to point towards her as the ultimate fix for this place. But you are right. Each of us must do what we can in her absence. She has made this place a protective haven for all of us. Perhaps it is time we return that favor.
And with that, you kind of look towards she looks towards the little figurine that you placed again as a sort of signifier of that, the idea of gifting each other things and returning gestures. And yeah. I think with that said, unless there's any further questions you want to ask her, you can always come back here. Don't forget, if you did think of something later, you can dress up as a unicorn and come back. But as for now, you are free to move on. Unless, is there anything more? Or
Let's make like a tree and follow the leaves.
okay, you're gonna swim back into the waters. Sir Talavar is still looking a little sheepish. In fact, it's probably him that's trying to hurry you along, if anyone. Well, with that said, let us be on our way. We have a long laundry list of things to do. But it's good to get some answers. We appreciate you clearing the fog on some topics, so to speak.
I'll backstroke
Oh,
my
we'll
way.
be on our way. All right, you hop aboard the raft or backstroke or hop on a frog and make it all the way back to the shoreline. And you see the distant image of Lamorna just slightly shrouded by the fog as you guys are heading well, the mist.
Hey, why is there two of you, Televar?
Who of me? What?
Yeah, there, next to
Ah.
Will.
Oh, well, that was a smaller illusion of mine, just to make sure that no one would mess with Will, because I would be there guarding them. That's his major illusion. His major image earlier. Yes, didn't quite feel comfortable sharing that topic in front of Lamorna, but you're right, Garreth. I did mention that I would tag along with you lot until I found out the fate of Zybilna, at which point it is, and I have stated this, my intention to return to the summer court and relay this information.
Well, you don't know the fate of Zabilna yet. We only know she's in the castle.
I know
As
that
well
she is
as-
imprisoned.
That's
Do we?
not her fate. You have much longer to wait to find someone's fate.
Yes, well,
That's only her current.
Mhm.
That's only her current situation. Fate is the future. You have much longer to wait, Sir Talavar.
I mean, I
Because
feel like
we
he's got a
get
pretty
here.
good grasp, right?
I feel like he could go. I don't think.
I mean, I feel like I feel like what is Zybilna's fate? We're gonna free her. Simple as, right? I don't know why he's got to stick around anymore, right? I mean, like if he's got to
Right.
go. I mean, maybe the summer court, maybe they could help us if he goes back, relays a message, something like that. But I figure like he has a pretty good idea of what's going on.
Sir Talavar, you know for a fact that should we not have shown up, your fate would have been much darker.
Yeah, he does owe
Which
us one.
means that we are here changing the fate of everyone. Meaning until our journey is over, you have no reason to leave.
He can leave.
I'm sure that relaying the wrong information is something the Summer Court would definitely forgive. Because by the time you get back, it will have changed.
Well, I don't know. It's not like we're gonna freeze Zybilna tomorrow.
Do you make me a persuasion check, Bed? Sir Talavar looks torn. He is Oh. My... It is a predicament. I have an oath to the courts that I would relay this information and confirm the whereabouts and current state and fate of Zybilna, yes. Part of that encompasses her location. We have found that out. The Palace of Heart's Desire. Part of that confirms that she is imprisoned and unable to interfere with the hag's machinations. That said, no, her future is uncertain, and I have full faith in your ability and skill to see that changed. Would the court want to know what is happening right now? Yes. Would things change by the time they arrive? I certainly hope so. The question remains is, can I skirt my duties without breaking an oath? Or can I perhaps buy you some time in returning via a longer route?
Does Zybilna have any
It seems-
allies in Summer Court? People you could report to?
I thought your oath was to confirm. Right now, have you seen her? Right now, we only have rumors.
Wait, why are we fighting so hard to keep him around? Well, let the man fulfill his oath.
If he's gonna return now, he's not gonna fulfill his oath.
Yeah, he
He's
is.
gonna
He knows.
betray his oath.
No, he knows where Zybilna is, what
No.
happened to her, and she knows Zybilna's fate. Zybilna's fate is we're gonna free her at the end of the day.
He thinks he knows where Zybilna is. He thinks he knows why she's locked up.
But we
He
do
hasn't
know this
confirmed.
information. We
No,
do know
we
this
think-
information.
We think we know.
We just got the information from the damn unicorn. I'm positive. We got
Let
the same
us-
information from the Watcher.
Let me clear the interpretations here. Baird and Garreth seem to know a little bit more about the Summer Court's dispositions than perhaps others here. What they're alluding to is the Summer Court could very well be your ally one day, and then it could be your fiercest enemy the next. Titania is one of fickle, and she's been prone to bouts of impulse, you could say. Fiery impulses, that is. She's just as likely to bathe your kingdom in a warm summer wave, just as likely as she is to burn it to the ground.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say bath it in the warm blood of your allies.
Ah, well, yeah. She has been known to wage war. She is one of the strongest courts out there. Definitely the most imposing, and she's been known to just do this on a whim. It's no telling what she would do if I relayed this information, that her realm is vulnerable, that Zybilna cannot defend it or hide it. But that is why they don't want me to leave. That is why they wish for me to stay and perhaps fix things first before I go. And I am torn between my my duty and the truth, as well as the well-being of everyone here.
Oh, I see. So we're worried that the Summer Court's gonna come here and try to mess up Prismere because Zybilna's behind bars.
Dead,
Uh,
and I don't want Televar gone.
Baird will
I'll
say,
I'll
do
punch an
Faye not
Archfey in the
owe
face.
life debt? meaning it would supersede your oath until the life that is paid.
I'm sorry, what?
You were trapped, and we also protected you from Zargash. Sent him on his way.
Hmm.
We were under quite a threat.
I
We
was.
stayed in our same inn. And we kept your secret. If you're looking for an excuse, Sir Talavar, you have plenty you can choose to take.
Hmm.
Isn't there also the
Indeed.
Pollywog? What's her name?
I won't.
Of
Who, Morgoth?
Morgoth, yeah.
Yes, he does. He says, I admit, I owe you all a great debt, Morgoth included. And even Sir Wigglewog, that poor pilot. And I intend to see that repaid. He draws a little sword from his sheath and begins to hover over. I don't know who he would give this to. Maybe Baird, because you are without weapon, or maybe Garreth, because you have the closest bond with Sir Talavan. He did give you the key already, I guess. But he hands it out. He offers it to the party. Okay, I'm not going to say he specifically gives it to anyone. This tiny little sword, has got magical properties. Its name is Adage, and it acts like a +1 dagger in your hands. But it is also a magical sword that he uses to, whenever he's unsure on a certain course of action, he seems to reflect on his sword as it's sort of the symbol of his duty. And so, yeah, you are also able to cast the spell Augury from it as well. And maybe that's what he does right now as a demonstration of what it does. He will seem to say, I am indeed torn between duty, loyalty, and debt. Adage, what should I do? Should I fulfill my duty to the courts? Be truthful? Or should I prolong this in hopes that I can change things here for the better, and in doing so, perhaps repay the debt to my friends, my companions? And he lets the sword sort of begin to point in the direction. It sort of slowly hovers up with a purplish hue and starts to kind of like spin like a compass.
Like the
pointing
better
either.
vein.
Yeah, that's it. And as it turns towards the west initially, away from the pie, away from everyone, and towards himself almost, you see a fiery glint reflected in the blade. And yeah, it's almost like it's becoming red hot from some unseen heat. I was afraid you would say that. Unless, of course, you mean this is woe if I return. Why wouldn't you be clearer with me, Adage?
Baird will speak up and say, because in the Feywild, sometimes it is your decision. Oaths and debts, all of it is nothing compared to your choice.
Yes, you're right. I've never understood this thing anyway. Please, I offer it as a repayment for my freedom. Take Adage. Perhaps you can make sense of their portents. And yeah, he hands it out to the group, asking you to take it. So Yeah, he's saying,
Yeah.
take it.
It's a magic dagger.
It is.
Does Baird want it?
Notice, do you do as you're told? When
Oh,
someone tells an order?
No, oh no.
Baird will lean in front of Sir Talabar and get on one knee and just say calmly, Sir Talabar, if you wish to be free of the debt, so that you may make the decision on your own, without its consideration, I will gladly take this, because you are a friend. And that is something I do not take lightly, because I do not have many, and I fight for those that I have.
He nods and says, you would be doing yet another service to me by allowing me to repay you. And I feel like this is a burden lifted from me. I'm not only gifting you something as repayment, but I feel as though I am giving up my duty and giving up the fight that is inside me.
Perhaps you could, if you need, to follow your oath. Perhaps you may be able to convince Tatiana. Just as you said, she may be fiery and willing to fight. She's also not one to ignore genuine pleas for help and passion. For passion is that which is most important in the summer court.
And like I said, I'm not scared to punch an archfey in the face. Just saying.
So you can take
Goodness.
this plea. So should you wish to follow your oath, take this desperate plea from the heart of the jumping Juniper. Say Bilna needs help. And she needs it now. For all the Feywild may be in danger if the children of Baba Yaga get their desire. For they want it under their order. And bringing order to the Feywild is a greater danger to everyone than anything the court has been capable of. In its worst and greatest days. And what if this were to bring Baba Yaga back herself? She's been quiet these long years.
Do not say that name. You'll make the grass curl. Truth be told, I'm not too good at navigating, especially through the mists. I'm very prone to getting lost. He gives a little wink. Especially without adage to point me in the right direction. He, again, offers it forward a little bit further.
Yeah, I will take it as a, from what I had said earlier, I said I gladly would, and he said that it is both a service and to bring the burden off his head. I will gladly do so, for between friends, gifts freely given are the most important gifts.
So what you're saying, Sir Talabar, is you're not going to be able to get home until we clear the mist by getting this golden windmill back up and running.
I assume that the mists may just send me off on a different direction, but I must fulfill my duties. I must return the way I know. That's back the way I came. But the mist seemed to be
Oh
quite thick
no!
in these parts.
We
And,
can't lift the
there is
balloon. How will we ever return to the way we know?
Then can you do this in then do this in the stead? Promise us you'll be safe, Sir Talabar.
Oh, yes. I don't need to consort with any more hags, if that's what you're wondering about. And I'm staying far away from any cages as well. I'll fly high. And
Oh, be careful
he
for
also,
aggressive clouds.
and he says, and I'll be going in disguise. And he starts to cast polymorph on
Uh,
himself as well.
Then he's got to
Baird
become
will
an
say,
angry cloud himself.
Baird will say just calmly, so you're flying in disguise?
Indeed. Yes. And you start to
This
see him
guys?
Baird
that
is pointing
guy's?
up
This-
when he says it. You're flying in
in
disguise.
disguise.
Oh, in disguise. Oh, I
In
was
disguise,
thinking.
yes.
I was thinking this guys.
all about.
Uh, these guys, yeah, all of them are great. It's a triple play on words, but by the end, he completes the polymorph spell and turns himself into a little bluebird, which I need to find the art for real quick.
Aw.
But
Not a yellow canary.
no, it's specifically a bluebird, because it's showing a weird loyalty towards Zybilna. If it was like a red cardinal, it'd probably be more like I'm a summer court
Titania. Yeah.
enthusiast. Yeah, but now a bluebird, you've seen a bluebird in relation to Zybilna before, or at least perhaps heard of them. I think someone told you about like
It was mentioned in passing whenever we had a few
very
descriptions.
briefly.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. Here you go. There he is.
Yep.
Oh Lord, it's adorable. This little Sir Talavar begins to flap up into the air. Oops. Yeah. Oh, what have I done?
Baird will bow his head as Sir Talavar begins to leave and says, even if forgotten, your friendship is true, Sir Talavar, and I will always hold it.
Hey, and remember, now you're a free bird.
He lets out a little tweet, and even though this is a perfect disguise for him, there is still a mustache on the bird.
Of course there is.
Of course there is.
Yep.
So I
And
now have
you see it like you do have adage. I'll hand it to you on your sheet. And the little bluebird begins to flap its wings and fly off directly into the mists.
We'll never see
And
him
you
again.
see it kind of swerving and like going left and right, like it's already lost.
I love Sir Talavar.
Yeah. There we go. And by having adage, he's not got his little compass. He's given it to you as a repayment because it's the only thing he has on him. And in doing so, he's freed himself of a burden, a duty, repaid you, and also made himself get deliberately lost in the mists. So couldn't be more of a fitting gift in this regard. There we go. So Talavar has departed.
Baird will, holding adage, just sort of calmly, like let out a wish to the Feywild to make sure that Sir Talavar stays safe. Because he wasn't lying when he said he has very few friends.
Oh. Let me add adage to your sheet. And again, if anyone does want to take adage as theirs as well, I'm sure Baird is willing to share in all the magic items they've been collecting.
I
Oh,
do have a few.
but Edge uses swords. I don't do swords.
It's a deck.
No. Yeah, it's a dagger.
It's basically a tiny sword.
Sword. There you go. Is it on your sheet now?
Mm,
There you go. Sweet. It is attunement. But
damn it.
it still works as a +1 dagger without the attunement. The attunement just allows you to cast augury. Yeah, it says while attuned, you can use an action to cast augury.
Nice.
Cool. There you go. Is that little blue bird there? Token
Yeah.
seems to be bugged for me. All right, well, I can't delete it. It's a permanent
This,
after image of Sir Talavar.
They'll always be in our hearts. Anyways,
Is
alright.
augury only a limited amount of time of uses, or is it every time
No,
you take
it's
the,
once.
the time?
Yeah,
Once per
yeah, once
so-
per day.
long
Rest.
rest.
Oh, only once
So-
long rest?
We're gonna go get this painting.
Yeah.
So we gotta go to Loomlurch. We're gonna beat up tin soldiers. We're gonna beat up a hag. We need to go
we
back to the tree.
We're
follow,
not gonna beat up the
what?
hag. We're just gonna go there, say hi.
Who's gonna stop me?
we were gonna follow the dwarf for a minute.
The hag is gonna stop you.
Mm,
Following
Uh,
the dwarf, following back to
we were
Loomlurch,
following-
either one.
Yeah.
We were following the dwarf first, I think, because
One
that seems
works.
more pressing.
wait, we know where the dwarf went?
Yeah,
follow
they-
the leaves.
They-
Follow the leaves. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was some obscure thing I didn't understand. Okay, yeah, if you guys know the way.
Yeah.
I'll show you the way.
By way of the falling leaves is what she said.
Oh, not the
Uh,
way of the Fae.
And yeah, that is the way of the Fae.
You know,
Is to follow
carrying
certain
a
things.
bard carrying a sword named Adage is actually really fit. Or a
Mhm.
dagger named Adage is really fitting.
Okay. Well, in that case, then it will take you back the way you came, like the fallen trees of the Jabberwock as well, as it just so happens. She did say the ways the trees bend and break, and all the while as you're going through that area, there is noticeably falling leaves. And you thought it was perhaps just because of the sheer devastation that had wrecked that area, but it must have been a while before these trees fell. So that you at least expect the leaves to have settled, but no, they're still going. You do catch up with
Mm-hmm.
Will as well. He's like, "Oh, how did it go? Did you get all the questions you needed answered?"
It did,
Mm-hmm.
at least for now.
And then there were more.
It appears someone is in need of assistance. Perhaps urgently. So we're dealing with that. As a quick aside, since to take on Loomlurch will likely need to rest.
Loomlurch? I guess we're doing this then. If we
Oh, hold on. We're gonna find a dwarf real quick.
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're doing that
Um,
first, or are we going to Loomlurch first?
We'll do.
If
Loomlurch
Elkhorn
and-
wants to look for us, maybe he can help us find or help us do our stuff in Loomlurch.
Because Elkhorn, that was the guy that above the tail. That was the guy who trained me and Ulric, right, in the pit.
Yeah, my not dad.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No.
That's
Yeah.
the
He's the guy that taught me how to crack skulls together.
Would probably be helpful.
Yeah. So maybe he's got some wise words, and maybe Strongheart's there, you know. And then I can talk to Strongheart. Yay.
What if?
Didn't they split up?
Yeah,
Red-
I think they did.
Brad will speak up and say, "What if they're looking for us?"
Why would they be looking for us?
Maybe they're just looking for the sword.
Yeah, maybe they're just looking for Notus.
Or
'Cause
Notus.
is like, yeah, Notus is like
Oh,
his apprentice and everything.
did you
What
ever
about me?
tell Strongheart where you went?
Oh yeah, yeah. Like I send him letters all the time.
No,
Do
I
you think
meant
I really?
Notus.
Oh, okay.
Well, yes, I sent him a report just before we left.
Oh, maybe they are looking for you.
Oh, what'd you put in the report?
Well, I mean, I told them, I told him where I was going. I told him not to worry.
And did you tell him I was there?
No.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
Which gods?
The one and only
No.
Zybilna. Come on. That's what I referred
She's
to.
an archfey.
Baird will speak and say, did Strongheart know that you had met with Vaike and all of us all those years ago, Notus?
No.
Well,
The mask changes color. It's really obvious that she's lying.
I mean, yeah, no.
Yeah.
It's not like Strongheart's here looking for me. He's definitely looking for Notus.
That's neat. I didn't know your
Oh,
mask
wow.
could change color. Can you make it other colors?
I don't look at it myself. It's just a way so that I can
Knowing
figure out the emotions.
they might think we're in over our head. And they may have came for us.
Well, I mean, they don't even know we're all here, right? What they know is Notus didn't mention us in the report. Notus is just in the Feywild by herself, so that's probably why they're here. But let's go tell Elkhorn everything's fine. The Strongheart doesn't need to come all the way over here. Don't need to run into him. He can go back.
I mean, I said I was with people. I just didn't say who.
Aw, shit. Okay, let's find this dwarf.
Okay. All right then. So, heading back through the forest, the destruction is still present. You can still see the footfalls of this great draconic beast, but that soon becomes in the past behind you, and you're separating yourself from Little Oak for now, yeah. They'll tell you that, yeah, they'll just be hanging around here. They won't be too far away. You know how to find them anyway, so that's all good. In the distance, then, you still following the sign of tree leaves falling, and more it feels like the forest kind of becomes quieter. There was plenty of birdsong before, fireflies flitting around, and even like a springiness to the grass, but more and more it feels as though, like Lamorna said, the color is fading. And Garreth,
Is
you
it?
also sense a change as well on you.
Oh, me.
You feel
Wait.
as though, yeah,
Fuck.
it's almost as if when you started to dry off from the lake, or whenever you started to like head in this direction, with each footfall, you start to be. This is what happens. You start to fall behind the rest of the group,
Yeah,
and it looks
my
as though
joints
Garreth
are
is lagging.
lock up.
I will wait to walk with them.
What's wrong with you? Pick up the pace, Garreth.
I'm okay.
You
Just
turn around and go on.
my knees don't seem to go as easy as they normally do.
How
Do
does
you want to
Garreth
ride on
look?
mischief?
How does Garreth look? He looks a lot smaller than he did before. He's like he's lost a few inches. And yeah.
Wait, why am I
Oh,
getting
it's not the
bigger? What's
knees.
happening? Why are we all getting bigger and Garreth is staying the same size? What's happening?
Why are you getting bigger?
I think Garrett's
Exactly,
getting
that's what I'm saying.
smaller, Vaike. I don't think we're getting bigger.
Can I walk over to the smaller Garreth? Like, how small are we talking?
I just
Like I
shrunk a
say,
couple of
he's lost a
inches.
few.
Few
A few
inches.
inches.
All right.
You're losing weight, bud. It's all
Yeah.
that. It's all that magic.
We should eat more.
This is your diet of candy. This is what it gets you.
All that candy and magic sapping your muscles from your body.
You need to be having protein.
Yeah, you need protein and meat.
And
And
carbs.
tables.
That's all you need.
Yup.
Bread.
Here.
bread.
I can plan you out. I can plan you out a diet and some exercise routine. It'll get you, feeling good.
And it's all meat and lifting weights.
Yes, meat and iron.
So Glotix says,
should
I
take
get my
a
protein
break.
from bugs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We should take a break and eat some food. We should cook.
No, not nonsense. Here, hop on, Mischief. We'll keep pressing onwards. We're on a time crunch.
Oh. Okay. You heard him.
Can I quickly gather some ingredients while helping out to Mischief?
Right, okay.
I want to
just
prepare
like a
food
light-
on Mischief back.
It's maybe some light foraging along
Yeah.
the way. But yeah, you realize very quickly the reason why they're starting to lag behind, not just these stiff limbs, but their walking gait is a lot smaller now. They haven't got the stride. And so they're having to like double step every now and again, like a little skip, like catch up, like. Okay, so
Wait, why are you turning small? What's happening?
Maybe I'm just not eating enough.
Nonsense. You eat much.
It's been so long since I last had a mushroom.
Yes,
you say
Garrett
mushroom?
Wait, hold on. Whoa.
That was right on cue. As you do happen to walk into a patch of mushrooms. What the heck is that?
What the heck was that?
Yeah.
Oh. That was
Scary.
Oh, that was good.
Mischief just stepped on
yeah.
it.
Just eats it. Whatever that was. Oh god. That was curious. Yeah, Garreth gets smaller and smaller by the time you reach this little fairy ring, and does feel like quiet. No more songbirds or anything. If anything, the only thing that feels alive is the soil beneath your feet. And as Glottic mentioned, like, I eat bugs for protein, you do see a great deal of like worms sort of writhing in the soil, as well as creepy crawlies, spiders like crawling across the ground, centipedes, beetles, and all kinds.
Goltic, eat your fill.
Feels
Yeah, all right.
familiar.
Mischief's also taking the lead as well, and like snapping them up.
Yeah.
Tasty worms.
Do we see this like in the middle over here?
That is a ring of mushrooms that is atop this large rotted tree stump.
Are these Campestries?
Oh yeah, it's guys. It's another fairy ring. Oh, let's go talk to him.
Well, it's a mushroom circle.
And-
What is the fairy ring?
Hmm.
I'm going to cautiously take a step forward. Can I make a perception check?
I'll tell you what you see. So don't you worry. Let me check. There's also a great deal of moths that Mischief is also snapping up. So yeah, the branches seem to be like almost gnarled. Some of them have lost all their leaves in this area. You can see like one right here. It's just this kind of skeletal like hand that's gnarled and bony looking. The actual fairy ring itself. Let's have a look at it. Where is it? Excuse me. Okay, I can't find the description, so I'll just say yes. What you see before you is these ring of mushrooms, and you're expecting them to have like happy little faces. And the last time you approached one, you definitely heard the sing song in the distance. This time, you see the mushrooms kind of like lilted to one side. They look a little bit shriveled or cracked in places, and they don't look as appetizing as previous ones. They're not singing either, that's for certain. Nothing seems to be in the center of it, though. Nothing's disturbed the recent soil either. Don't see any tracks of all the like. This place feels wrong, though. Feels
Are the leaves still falling in a
dead.
particular direction?
Yes, they are. And in fact, I should say you're on the other side, right? Because you're going kind of from the hex scroll, you're going like in a northwesterly direction. So yeah, if anything, you're coming from this direction, and this is when you come across them.
Well, they're not campestries because they're not singing. Do we want to go up and talk to them, maybe?
We could try.
All right. I will step up cautiously, on guard. I also have the Javelin of Warning, so I can't be surprised. No surprises.
Okay, understood.
I'll have Goltik at my side.
Does feel like the javelin is slightly reverberating.
Uh-oh.
It's not like going full warning signals, right? There's a sort of cautiousness, perhaps, shaking from the weapon, but you know if you would actually be attacked, it would be in full alarm mode. It would be like proper like ringing in your hand, right? So
as I'm close enough to the mushrooms, I'll be like, hello?
You don't see any Camprestis just suddenly turn and sing, but you do hear a mocking kind of rude tone that sort of repeats what you just said in what did you say? Like, it doesn't look like there's any Campestries. That's what you said, right? And so it goes, "No, doesn't look like there's any Campestries."
Oh.
Ah, a rude fae.
Oh, no talking, no singing mushrooms here.
Maybe we could eat these ones.
Well, no, we can't eat these ones, Ulric. Come on. Whoa. Who am I speaking to right now?
Ulric, stop repeating Vaike in a funny voice.
The mushrooms kind of shift slightly to turn and face you. And that's when you do see that in the creases and shriveled nature of the mushrooms, you do see these kind of like more hideous looking faces, all distorted, kind of sloughing off to one side, swollen in places as well. It's these mushrooms look diseased.
All right. Well, how's it going, guys?
You're talking to us.
Yeah.
And what do you want?
Well, just figured I'd stop by and say hi. Pass it through.
If you want to pass through, why don't you step in? We'll take you where you need to go.
You know where I need to go?
Mm-hmm.
And where's that?
Where do I need to go?
Oh. So just
wherever it is we take you.
Wait
No, Garreth, no. Okay, bye, Garreth.
Where do we need to go?
The little mushrooms say, "Well, you gotta do the dance, don't you? Join hands, spin around."
But how do we get back?
Mm. You take that fairy ring and come back here.
It smells like
And
hag
what
magic.
song do we do to get back here?
You do the burp fart dance. You gotta belch real loud and it'll pass wind.
Aw.
Of
I don't
course.
think I like these mushrooms.
I don't really like them either.
Garreth, let's not mess with these
So-
mushrooms. Let's find this dwarf. We don't need to be
No,
teleporting.
these mushrooms are nice.
No.
But
Garrett?
actually, we are looking for a friend of those people.
Mm-hmm.
It's supposed to be a
Friend?
big dwarf with a broken
It's-
helmet.
Yeah, he's got like 5 horns on his helmet. Yeah, there's a 5-horned dwarf passed through here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, a dwarf. A dwarf
Yeah.
did pass through here, actually.
Talk about his 5. Tell us about his like amazing horns. Like that's important.
Why? What is your obsession with
Hmm.
5? Didn't he have 3? 3 is way better.
They're standing exactly where you were, in fact. You want to go see them? You want to follow in their footsteps?
Can I do an insight check on this mushroom? I don't trust this guy.
I know
Yeah,
what's
you
happening.
can.
Okay, you show me them?
Yeah, Vaike, you're picking up that something bad may have happened to Elkhorn, and they're planning on doing something bad if they agree to follow in Elkhorn's footsteps.
But I'm not
So
saying
I'm getting the
that.
sense
I'm
that I'm getting the
asking them
sense-
to show me them.
I'm getting the sense that they're telling the truth about Elkhorn went through here, but they seem like they're really intent on getting us through there as well.
The rings kind of begin to kind of close around you, Garreth, and they almost feel a little claustrophobic around you, right? They're just sort of huddling closer and closer to the point where they're brushing up against your feet and ankles.
That's
We'll
a bit
take
too
you there.
close.
Oh, we gotta get close to take you there.
You
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
need
yeah,
to
yeah.
take me there. You just have to show me where.
I'll show you, take you, same kind of thing, really.
Hey,
And
Mini
some of these
Garrett,
mushroom
I'm sure you
runners-
have. You bring them to me.
Oh,
I
we
should
can't
probably
do
get out of
that.
that circle.
Yeah, Garrett, let's take a step back real quick. Okay, let's come back over here.
I'm not taking
Do the
a step
belchy
back.
dance, everyone. Do the belchy farty dance, and you see them. Oh, you! As soon as you misty step, they release a bunch of spores into the center here,
Mhm.
and it is almost like they are belching. I won't do it for the sake of your
Aw.
not feeling squeezy, but they're like blah blah blah, and when they burp, they let these spores out, and when they kind of like let wind, all these spores poof into the air, and you would have been completely encompassed had you not misty stepped away or sugar
And I
rushed
not
in this
unleash
case.
my own spores.
Yeah, exactly. You disappear in a puff of candy scent, and they look around and they, hey, we're trying to help. You want to go see them? This is how he went.
I'm gonna grab one of the mushrooms.
Oh, I wouldn't do that if I were you. You grab one with wait. You have to do it with your vines, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll
Yeah.
hold it out as far as I can
You-
from myself. I'll hold it at like arms as far as I can outstretch a vine and hold it.
Okay. Yeah. It looks like as it's wriggling, it's trying to let loose these little spores, but it should have just spent its load a moment ago.
All right. So the dwarf, you guys teleported the dwarf away. Is that the truth?
I think they spored him. It's probably some sort of delusional like. They
We
probably
didn't
made
send him anywhere.
Then where do you go?
But this is
You guys want to put the mushrooms in the funny hole?
I was
That'd be
thinking we
really
could have
funny.
Ulric eat the guys.
You know, I don't. I think I lost my appetite looking at these.
God damn it, Ulric! The time I
What?
need you to eat something, you don't eat them.
Yeah, they don't. They don't.
you
seem
should
to
totally eat one of us. Oh no,
Mm,
yeah. Eat me! Eat me! I'm delicious!
Which
It
one?
starts
Which one?
hopping towards you. It's like a smaller little one, probably the size of Garreth though.
What? How much do all these little mushrooms weigh? You said they're withered.
Yeah, they're quite light.
Yeah, can I just use Mage Hand to like just start like piling them in the middle? Like just like pull them all up and like pile them in the middle and just go and just like keep them away from us and just go. You guys aren't gonna do anything. Just tell us what's going on with the dwarf.
Roll me an intimidation check.
Why is it only
They
20?
only a
Because I
20.
don't have expertise.
They say he was taken away, dragged off. I thought dwarves. Another one's like chuckling. So I thought dwarves are supposed to be resistant to poison.
Which way was he dragged?
Mm-hmm.
Can I look? I'm
Yes.
gonna throw.
I
gonna
can
throw
I can just jar all of you. Would you guys all like to be put in jars and just ignored forever? You guys want jar life?
You can pick on my ass.
Oh, which one? Which one?
Another one, just another one saying this. Who's picked up by Baird?
Oh.
Yeah, someone came along and snatched him up.
Alright, I'm gonna throw the mushroom while holding to the ground.
Creepy.
I'm gonna look around.
Creepy looking guy too.
Oh
Creepy.
no!
Oh no.
It's
Is it him?
Zargash.
Nah, it can't be.
No.
So these
I'm gonna
are
look around.
Zargash is too busy dusting his books and
I'm gonna look
digging
around
up
and see
corpses.
if I find any like signs of something being dragged.
what kind of mushrooms
okay.
are these? I just want to look at them because I know they're not campestries.
Well, let's start with the tracks first. So, give me a survival check for that, and then
Well,
a
then
nature check for the mushrooms.
And assist.
Okay, and what was Garreth wanting to do?
Oh, I wanted to help look for tracks.
Look for tracks.
Natural
Okay,
20.
all right.
Never mind.
So you're helping with Vaike. Okay. He is not dragged away, and you don't see tracks anywhere. But what you do see, oddly, is there is some. Let me double check here. There are some weird needles in the ground. They look like pine needles, but as you look around the surrounding area, you don't see any pine trees. So it's very odd as to why or how some pine needles got here. That said, let me check something else. Okay. There is also. It looks as though perhaps there are some big hanging branches, and the canopy that kind of almost overhangs on over the top of this trunk. These big gnarled roots have got like patches on them where it looks like they've been indented, or something's been resting on them because they've like snapped from a weight. What else is there? And there's also a strange like little length of rope as well, like a cut piece of rope.
So there's a tree that looks like it was like damaged.
Yes. And something like a weight was on the end of the branch and snapped. And then you see a cut bit of rope, and there's also some weird pine needles that don't belong to any trees here. And they're sharp as well. And you see a little bit of red on the tips of them.
What the hell? Does this make sense
Yeah,
to anybody?
it is all very bizarre.
Mm.
We got bloody
Like
needles.
pine needles. Do you mean these things?
No, they're kind of more like they're leafy, and they're what I would consider sort of bendy. The
Okay.
needles on the ground are sharp and stiff. They don't bend quite as easily.
And they are pine needles, not. What are
And
those things?
a close-
Not
a-
like the spikes of a
Porcupine.
hedgehog. Porcupine.
Porcupine.
They're more like it's hard to say. Coming from the material plane, you would say they're like pine needles, but they seem like stronger and like stiffer. Like they have the consistency of an actual needle, like made of metal, and yet they sort of have this weird, like natural looking texture to them.
And there's a bit of rope underneath this tree that looked like there was something heavy hanging off of a branch.
Yeah, right. Something kind of like a cut length of rope. Baird is the nature check with a 10. You're really unsure as to whether these are campestries or not. No idea what kind of mushrooms these are. Just that they are not what you expected.
Well, let's.
Wish I had some art for them, but I think I do.
I think we should keep
Yeah, in
following.
fact, thither.
I think we should keep following the path. He might be in danger.
Well, we know the leaves are falling in the direction we need to go, so
Let's just keep following the path. Ignore these mushrooms. They're gonna kidnap you.
Yeah, here we go. There is some art of them. They're on the main. They're on the main like map. Yeah.
Oh, that wasn't a campestry.
So, no, I mean the ones down here
Oh,
in the bottom right.
oh, the part that's still hidden.
You can see them now.
Oh,
Uh,
yeah, those mushrooms aren't tasty.
yeah.
Oh, they
Yeah,
are
I don't wanna
perfect
eat
for
those
making
guys.
ink.
Yeah, I'll put it in the chat. Yeah, these guys.
Ew.
Alright, hold on. Ew,
Are they- Oh yeah, ink caps. That's what they're called.
Okay, just at that point, as you decide you're going to leave, you
Mhm.
hear the trembling of the earth, something rumbling in the distance,
Oh,
and it's coming from up above, past the fairy ring.
death from above.
Sort of in the direction you're coming. Yeah, and you hear it kind of like pounding the earth. Dun, 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 dun. And bursting out of the tree line, you see a hooved individual coming into the light, weapons drawn. You see a humanoid figure atop a horse-like body, It is a centaur. They are heavily tattooed, and they seem to be quite old and scarred as well. Like they've seen many a battle. And they're looking around furiously. And they see your presence. And they begin to draw back a rather intimidating longbow with many a notch on its shaft. And I actually need.
Oh,
This is the old man.
are you here to give us a
Do you
fighting
need
lesson?
everyone? Maybe they're gonna roll. I'm gonna have you roll initiative real quick, just for the sake of going turn by turn.
God, I love this javelin. I'm never
Um,
getting rid of it. When I die, you can have it over.
Thanks. I'll consume it.
Yeah. There is your javelin is giving off a warning after he arrives. It's very bizarre, but you obviously could hear the trembling of hooves. That gave it away. But as he's drawing his bow, about to fire, and there's still no ringing, but it's suddenly now after all of that, suddenly your weapon reverberates sharply and rings, and you're like, what? Like only now? Like it feels like it's too late to the pie. That's what it kind of felt right there. And that's why I'm gonna roll that dice. Okay.
Oh,
He's not the
Oh
best.
boy, you cannot
yeah, he
be
is the enemy.
surprised. And although it is hidden, you do not get surprised by it. So it's going to just take its turn, happens to be at the top of the round. So your weapon warns you there's something else. And it's in that moment you feel something whistle through the treetops, through the branches somewhere. I'm going to see what I can do with this guy.
Oh,
Mhm. Okay.
I'm thinking it's like a tree blight or something.
no.
Oddly, you begin to hear a song played on like a flute. So it's a flute song, and it just sort of rings out over the din of the hooves. And I'm gonna see who can we do. It's been a while since I used a creature like this. Let me just check what I can do.
What are you talking about?
Okay, perfect. So at will. Ah, that's great. Great. Let's target Garreth. I think makes the most sense. Oh no, you're on a 20-foot radius. Hell yeah. No, I just realized you're all in a radius. Screw this. Dart salvo. Let's go. Wait, it's not automated. Rip. Okay, I'm gonna need everyone in a 20-foot radius, so it's gonna be like this.
Make two.
Yep. Wait.
Ah, shit! No! Wait, move it back up. Move it up one.
Teleport Vaike 2 out.
I need-
Swap places with him.
Yeah.
I need everyone to give me a dexterity saving throw, please. This
Vaike
will
2 out
reveal the
21.
location of the creature as well in a second.
Um,
This target, it's all creatures, so no, it doesn't target objects.
Ulric
Although-
rolls with
Ulric
advantage.
Yeah,
Ulric has
yeah.
advantage.
I forgot.
danger sense. Yeah.
I know how to play my character.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Oh, oops, there we go.
I might be able to set a permanent advantage on your thing. I think I will for future. I will make sure you guys just basically got permanent advantage on dex.
It's everyone fail besides
Okay.
Ulric.
Okay.
Oh, and Garreth rolled a net
That
20.
is
Oh, Garreth succeeded as well.
okay. So the DC was 14. So you succeed, Ulric,
Ugh.
and so does Garreth. Everyone else you see from the tree line this creature that's sitting up in the branches away from you shoots out a volley, like a salvo of needles into the air. And it's as they're playing this tune, this is when the needles kind of rain down with each like hit of the note. This creature is so kind of like thin and lithe. They look pale. They've got these long nails that seem to play from hole to hole here. And they's almost seemingly nonchalant, leaning back on the tree as they're playing this and firing off these needles. All the while, is these kind of almost bug-like eyes watching. Here's the full art of this thing. It is a very, very peculiar individual, creepy, no less. I need everyone to take 21 points of piercing damage here.
Oh my
It
god!
was brutal.
And what happens
21.
to the people that made it?
Goltic is unconscious.
Oh my god!
Oh, he is
Poor guy only
half as
has
much on a save.
21. Poor guy only has 21
that
hit points.
10?
I had some
10.
hit
It is
points, so
10. Yeah.
I
Okay.
am not quite.
Notus
hit
takes
so
10.
far out there.
20. Ah, shit. Notus.
Notice dies. Blows
Notus
up.
just blows up. Yeah.
Sorry. Sorry.
Clapperclaw.
I forget where you were. But you went up there. What were you, like 15 or something? What was your initiative? 6?
No idea.
It was 6. Okay. So that's really low for Notus.
Okay.
What happened?
She rolled a 1 or something.
But you were above the center at least. Okay. Baird. Oh wait, that's only the beginning. That's as an action to do this dart salvo, and then it goes on recharge. So can't be doing that every turn. Yeah, but Gloltic does faint from an absolute rain of needles. Garreth, you took 21, right?
I already took the 10. I made my save.
10. Oh, you did.
I had
What,
10
you had 10
HP.
hit points. Oh, okay. From where? I can't remember.
When I
From the
used
teleport.
Misty Step or Sugar Rush,
Oh, okay.
and because
Okay.
I had more than 10 max
Yeah,
HP.
I trust you. That's fine. I'm just curious. That was all. All right, let me finish to that. So as these needles rain down,
People.
they are down. Yeah, unfortunately, down, but not all the way out. We know Clapperclaw carries a spare bag of straw on them. Clapperclaw is unconscious though, as these needles seem to also perhaps be some of them coated with deadly toxins. Who knows? But this does make him fall flat on his face here. Like, Vaike, this assassin. He's trying to like cover you and stop you from getting hit. But of course, it's your echo,
Vaike
not
too.
you. He's
You
like trying to
fool!
block the shots, and so yeah, your echo is saved as he tries to like jump in the way of all the needles and lands on the ground covered like a porcupine. As a bonus action, everyone who can hear this strange flute can give me all creatures affected. Affected by what? I think it's a bonus action, and then everyone gives me a wisdom save. Jesus.
Everyone or only
All
humanoids?
affected creatures. Just give me a moment, guys, because this is bizarre. At will. At each round, I play a flute as a bonus action. Create one of the effects detailed below. All right. Creatures within a 60-foot radius you can hear makes a DC 14 wisdom save. Okay. 60 feet. I'm going to have to move then. So he hops through the branches, getting close, and gets to about here. I think that's going to hit as many people as possible. So everyone but Vaike, give me a wisdom saving throw as well.
And besides Goltic and Clapperclaw.
Yeah,
Mm,
those two are unconscious.
Would have been a good roll for Ulric, but
Okay. DC is also 14 for this. So Notus is a success.
-3.
Mischief success. Okay. The flute begins to almost play this bizarre song of dread. This dirge chills you to your bones. And all ill-affected creatures are frightened. So, Baird, you fail by more than 5.
oh, does
I
Ulric
thought
have
So
we got
you
rid
are
of
Yeah, I have
also
the
going to
my-
be.
Would I have
Ulric has
advantage on that?
advantage because of his dragon bracelet?
Yeah.
Yes, you can re-roll that. It's a fear effect. Yep. Thank you for reminding me.
You gotta roll 17 or higher. Nope.
Okay. Frightening.
-1.
All right, so Ulric, notice you're okay. Bad mischief. Mischief's okay as well. They're not phased at all by this weird, creepy flute. Garreth, you are also frightened. And finally, Bed, you are super frightened. What was you asking, by the way? You're saying we got rid of something?
I thought you had gotten rid of the forced actions from the frightened condition a while back, but I may be wrong.
No,
Yes,
no.
you thought-
If you fail by if you fail by 5 or more against a frightened condition, you are also fleeing, which means you have to take one action, either hide, dodge, or disengage. If you can't,
Sure.
you have to take. So if you can't hide or dash or whatever, you have to then. That's the one. Okay, but anyone can use their action to snap Baird out of it effectively and say, "Hey, get a hold of yourself." That'll end the fleeing condition, but not the frightened condition.
Mhm.
Okay. That is the Banshre's go. Now, after that, you were also weirdly compelled to sing along during this as well. Affected creatures sing along in incoherent sounds, automatically failing dex saving checks, trying to be inaudible. Oh god, and are unable to cast verbal components or abilities relying on speech or voice until the end of its next turn. And so as this singy song goes along, you see that the centaur is also weirdly similarly singing along too. And so as he's kind of like whistling this strange fluted tune, that's when you realize maybe under the same effect. So Bed, which action do you want to take? You can dash, hide, or disengage. Obviously,
I
no
can't
enemies
hide.
around, so.
I can't hide because of the rest.
Oh
of
yeah,
the
and you can't hide because
Uh,
the tune. Yeah, so you can dash, and that's it.
I I literally just
Until you're no longer in line of sight, by the way. So you can break line of sight or maybe line of hearing. That will also put you in a position where you no longer need to run. Say, for example, behind a massive tree trunk like here, or behind a tree over here. And that means you don't have to keep running all the way off the map.
Mhm.
You just have to get to a big enough distance where you either can't see them or can't hear them. Not hearing them would be like 60 feet away. And but not behind a tree would be not seeing them. So if you fulfill those conditions, you don't have to keep moving.
Mhm.
So like I would allow like either behind this tree or like behind this one, or if you wanted to go behind this one, you could, but you'd have to be prone to like be ducked down behind it, basically.
Sure.
So if you just pick one of those three options, or down here as well, behind like a tree down here.
I'm just trying to figure
And
out
then
what's
Ulric will be
the
on.
best thing to do. Let everyone else take their turn. I can just figure it out.
Okay, Vaike, you'll be up next.
Okay. Is this guy in the air or is he on the ground?
He is up in the trees, perhaps
Okay.
about let's say 20 feet up.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and move my echo 30 feet.
Oh yeah, this is the song we wanted.
I'm gonna go ahead and going to. Where are they? There they are. Gonna teleport. Oh, it didn't swap us, but I can just move us manually.
Huh.
So that's 15 feet of my movement, and then what is the range on Storm? 30 feet.
Do I still have my bonus action?
So I do gotta get closer.
From the frying condition,
Mm-hmm.
the
Would you say I'm within 30 feet of him?
One second, Vaike.
Mm-hmm.
You do still have your bonus action. You just have to
Okay,
take
then
one
I
of
can
those
do-
actions.
Before you move, Vic, I can actually mantle inspiration, which I will do. So it costs me an inspiration die, but it's number of creatures equal to my charisma mod. So for me, Vic, Notus, and Garreth, because temporary hit points won't put Goltic up, and you gain 5 temporary hit points, and you can immediately use your reaction before your turn to move up to your speed without provoking opportunity attacks.
Oh, whoa. So I guess I would have started my turn.
So I will move
Right here.
30 feet, then behind the street,
And big two.
because 30 feet for my reaction.
Okay. All right.
Is that changing?
Doesn't
That-
use any verbal components or anything, no. That's just
no,
your
it just
mantle of inspiration. Cool.
Yep. Just
So right here,
yeah.
Chris, am I within 30 feet of this guy?
Yeah,
there's no
you're
component
20
to
feet
it,
fight.
All right.
Okay,
That actually
but
saves
everyone
me.
gets
you're
5
25
temporary.
feet away. Everyone.
Vaike, Ulric, Notus, and Garreth all gain 5 temporary hit points.
Okay, let me add that.
Alright, now
Nice.
that
And they can use their reaction to move up to 30 feet.
Okay. Would you guys like to move anywhere
Yes,
before
I
Vaike
would.
finishes his turn? Because
Yes.
it will get. Yeah, you moved up even closer. Anyone
Can
else
I
want to
move
move?
closer?
Oh, you're
Yep,
first there.
anywhere you want.
Oh,
You,
you're right.
frying condition doesn't stop you from moving
Okay.
closer to the target. It just only if you fail by 5 or more, then you have to
Okay.
run away. So you can move closer. And all the while, you seem to be whistling this strange tune of dread. And you realize very quickly these needles that are sticking in you are the same ones you saw on the ground that rained above.
Mm,
Okay, is that everyone's move?
Do I get a saving throw at the end of my turn for frightened?
It is a one round fear. So you don't get a save, but it will end at the end at the until the end of its next turn.
Sure.
So
Okay.
the one save is for one turn. Okay. The rest of you, have you finished moving? Ulric, Notus, do you guys want to move anywhere? It's 30 feet of movement. It's as a reaction.
I'll stay right here.
Yeah, I'm waiting so I can hop
stay?
on Mischief, so I'm staying where I am.
Okay, no problem. Mischief will just get close to you. Look here. All right, the rest of your turn, Vaike. You were only 25 feet away from there.
Yeah, so wonderful. And I'm gonna second wind now that my bonus action is free. Wonderful. And then I'm gonna use my action to thorn whip them.
All right, good luck. He is very nimble.
Ah, jeez.
Oh my god, you hit him on the fucking dot!
Mhm.
You hit his AC right there. Good lord. Oh my
Alright.
god.
You
Okay,
gave him
that was
the
lucky.
luck.
And then I go ahead and I pull him 10 feet closer to me, which brings him out of the tree, right? Onto the floor.
And
It
Proud.
will.
falling to the
Roll
ground.
Roll another 2d6.
Oh, I'd love to, Chris. Thank you. I never asked.
You love full damage.
Oh, we do, don't we?
Yes, you see his nonchalant, kind of like leaning back as if he's not even breaking a sweat kind of attitude lands him right in hot water as he's not able to dodge quick enough. The vines wrap around his feet, yank him, falls down and cracks onto the ground.
And if
And
I'm
prone,
not
yes,
mistaken,
as well.
now he's prone. And if I'm not mistaken,
He is.
I can burn an action surge and grapple him, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can certainly attempt to. I'll give him
Nice.
an old acrobatics check.
Gotta beat my 19.
You give me athletics.
Yep.
Damn, okay. He tries to spin out of it, but yeah, the vines just wrap around him. You've got him grappled.
Yep. Prone grappled.
And you've got another attack. No, you don't. That's it, right?
Nope, that's
Attack.
it for me.
Grapple. You're good. All right, well, that's fantastic round still. Prone grappled is a dangerous position for anyone to be in. Don't be caught with the pants down. It is so Gloltics go. They are unconscious,
That's
unfortunately.
I'll roll a d20 for him. Right?
Yeah, you technically do, yes. I was going to say, though, he's doing fine. All right. Ulric, you're up.
Okay. Dang. I'm gonna grab Wiltic and can I like
Mhm.
drag them? Can I drag both Goltic and Clapperclaw? Can I only drag one of them? Like I just want to pick them up and
You
bring them further away from the fight.
Clapperclaw weighs nothing really, and they've been sitting on your head for long enough that
Yeah.
I think you're just so used to the weight. So yeah, you can drag both.
Okay. I just wanted to drag both of them just kind of off, just kind of like over here, I guess.
Okay, sure.
Ulric doesn't really want to fight this guy. Was that like my action to like drag him over here?
It would be if you wanted to dash and get there. When you're moving and dragging someone, usually it costs double movement. So,
okay, so
to get
probably
there,
good.
30 feet,
I'll just drag
would
them like probably around here then.
to here. That'll just be your
Yeah.
movement.
Yeah. Okay, then I'll dash and I'll just come back.
So if you
What, like right
dashed 30, yeah, something like that.
here. And then I'll rage.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll rage.
Do it, yeah.
And then I'll end my turn.
Those needles really stuck it to you. I'll definitely help.
What did you get on a 7?
Oh. Temporarily grow around you until your rage ends. The ground within 15 feet of you is difficult terrain for your enemies. It's not doing too much right now, but
Okay. So all these gnarled roots going to kick up, twist the soil, and turn it. Okay. It's like a crater. You kind of land next to it, crater the earth.
mm-hmm.
Oh, that is your go. Oh, it is Gareth's turn.
You said I can't use spells with a verbal component.
That's right.
Does that also
Not this
include
turn.
my feature?
Your boots?
No, not the
You mean your
boots.
boots?
My unlock self. Because rules is written, it has a verbal component.
If it says it casts the effects of a spell,
Yeah.
then yeah, normally you are casting said spell.
Then in that case, I will cast. This one. And wait, when do I roll for this thing again? I keep forgetting.
I rolled a 16.
I don't even know what effect it is. Okay, it's a 4. Currently it's a difficult terrain, so even if it makes a save, it's difficult terrain.
Okay, it's still difficult. All right. Well, he's not going to be able to move next turn anyway, so he's likely to get hit by this a second time.
Yeah, the area around the whatever it is currently filled with floating blobs of honey, and it's very difficult to move around.
Whatever this thing is, it looks humanoid. A kind of thin, lithe figure, almost feels more like elf-like, and yet you've never seen an elf so pale, clawed toenails as well, and the eyes just belie something far more sinister. That, and it doesn't look like they've got nostrils or a mouth. Almost appears like as if it's a mask, but you're not sure whether it's its actual face or whether
does it have
it's something
nostrils?
covering them.
How the fuck does it
Yeah.
keep on blowing the flutes?
Very good question. And maybe at this point you realize it's not the flute that's making the music, but you guys. You're the ones singing. You're the ones playing this kind of song. The only thing he's definitely used the flute for is shoot a bunch of darts. And then he just seems to mockingly hold it up to his lips as if to play, but the music is coming from you guys. You're the one making this whistling sound. Very strange. Notus, I think you're up next.
First thing I'm doing is popping second wind because.
Oh wait, before I
I
end my
did
turn,
that.
I'm gonna move behind this tree branch.
Okay.
In case he's gonna do the area of effect thing again.
Okay. Nice. Good little second wind spent there. A prone condition means you've got disadvantage to attack it, I'm afraid. And that shot goes straight over his head into the wood behind him.
Correct.
Can you run up and hit him?
Yep, I'm jumping on Mischief. I'm going to Action Surge, and I'm going to stab him.
Yeah.
Now you'll have advantage. There you
Mhm.
go.
Ooh, max damage.
And max damage. Yeah, you don't piss off Notus, I guess. Alright. Wind
Mhm.
at your back. Whoosh through the trees and reach him, stabbing down. He seems to writhe and twist, but makes no noise. Even though you can clearly see he's in agony from that stab. Okay. Nice. And anything else with mischief? I think
Yeah.
that's
I want Mischief to actually try to get the instrument, like swallow it, like just get it off him.
okay.
So can he like
Um,
roll a bite to try and like disarm him technically?
Yeah, you can make a disarming attack.
So am I just rolling like a bite or
So roll.
roll what? Hello?
Chris?
Oh,
no.
Lost him again.
Chris
Oh,
is
no.
dead.
You can
Yoo-hoo.
type it in the chat.
Oh, there.
Uh,
For a second, he was back.
Oh,
He's
we had him
he's
for a
fighting.
second.
He's fighting. He's
He's
fighting.
fighting, Chris. Don't give up. We believe in you.
I'm fine. You got me, yeah? Okay, just
Yay,
yeah,
he's
roll bite.
back.
Don't target him. Roll bite.
Oh my
13. Okay. Not great. Let me give this a check. Okay, he does manage to evade the disarming. So he twists and rolls out the way and pulls the flute from the tongue lash.
That's fine.
Okay. All right. Winterbow. This is the centaur. Okay. Now should have gave you some context, but it's all been happening so fast. The centaur. The centaur looks furious for some reason, but he's also whistling this tune. I don't even know if he can speak this time. Great. You have no idea why this guy's here. That is, I guess, the chaos of some fights. Still,
You know he wasn't the threat that the thing was warning about.
Well,
so
Vaike knows he wasn't a threat.
it's true. Yeah, they kind of had a sensation that this guy wasn't necessarily here to immediately let loose arrows. Maybe it was just a sort of a warning, like, "Hey, what are you doing here?" But anyway, right, he gallops towards the group. An aged, old centaur. Looks like his stride is kind of a little bit weakened by the looks in old age, but he still looks strong. Yeah, he's actually only 25 feet. Normally you've seen centaurs gallop at great speed, but he only goes 25, and so he's going to have to dash. Or I could just keep him at 25. Fire a bow. I can't talk with him. This sucks. Right, I'm not going to say anything now. For right now, he is just going to dash, and then just continues to whistle this strange song of dread. So where does he go? He gets 50 feet. So he's here. Okay, that's his go. Up to the Bantry's go. He is
Having a real bad time.
grappled still. Now,
Grappled prone.
And in
how
difficult
am I gonna get
terrain.
him? Oh,
See,
let me
he's
see if I
not-
recharge this. Okay. In the attempts to like disarm him, he's like dropping a bunch of needles, and he can't pack the flute again with like a whole bunch of them. So his volley is not recharged this turn. He can't just launch another salvo, but he can just like load up one at a time instead. Oh god, he's got a nasty end. I'm just saying. Ew. Also, have I got multi-attack? Yep, I do. Okay then. Vaike, he turns to you. Rather than try to get up off the floor, he is just going to fire.
And he's going to be at disadvantage because he's
Disadvantage.
within 5 feet of
Yep,
me,
and
and
you
he's
will be at
prone.
disadvantage.
Still hit
for
me.
sure.
The
Ouch.
fuck?
Ouch.
Luckily-
Same.
There go my
Uh,
10 hit points. Thanks, Bird.
I need you to also make me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh.
Interesting. Even though it only went through the 10 hit points and it didn't damage me,
Oh, did it not damage you?
it
didn't
well,
damage me.
his
It
main
just
hit
took off. It just took off my 10 hit points,
He had 5
Mhm.
10 hit points.
and it did exactly 5
Hmm.
damage.
Um, I'm gonna say yes, but if it was like concentration effects, you wouldn't have been considered to take damage. But
Okay,
this is a
I respect it. 16.
poison,
Is that a
and
success
it's
on a 16?
kind of stuck you regardless.
Chris
You're
is dying.
lagging.
Look like you shake again. That time it misses. Another one.
Did I
That one
succeed the
whistles
saving
past
throw?
you. Yeah, you succeeded. Just felt a
Okay.
little drowsy, but you shake it off.
All right.
And then the third attack.
Dude,
Yeah, 3.
This
This
guy needs
scares
to
me.
calm down.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Well, you do manage to dodge the other 2, so you're great. But maybe I could have just used a bonus action instead. I'm going to continue to play a song. This one will be the Traveler's Tune instead. I'm going to make you roll me another... Was everyone?
I'm more than 60 feet away from it.
Okay, yeah, you're more than 60. Should have just done this to begin with. Misplaying it like a bitch. Everyone make another wisdom save.
Even if you
Mm.
passed one in the past.
Yep, this is a different song now. I used Dread Dirge before. This is Traveler's Tune now.
All right, I failed.
God damn it, I should have done this first. Alright, you are... Oh, no, it's fine. It wouldn't have helped in this moment. But all affected creatures must move on their next turn and end their movement at least 20 feet from like their starting point, as far away as they can from the Banshee.
So they can do their actions before movement.
They can do any movement. Sorry, any actions is fine, but they have to move away at least 20 feet from me.
At the start of my turn?
And what else?
It's what you have to use your movement during.
It
So
doesn't say, honestly.
It's not necessarily immediately. You can hit him first.
It just says you must move on your next turn,
Okay.
but it doesn't say when. So that'll be their turn. I think Garreth was the only one who succeeded. Okay, so you're the only one who doesn't need to move away. That'll be his turn. Bed, you are no longer frightened.
Okay.
What would you like to do?
Yeah, I point at the Banshee, and I'm gonna center this on the Banshee.
Banshee.
The Banshee.
Oh. Did
you know what I'm about to do.
Yep.
It is silenced.
Ooh.
It cannot. Now any effects based on hearing or being able to hear it are gone.
Interesting. Okay.
Wait, so if I'm no longer humming the tune, do I still gotta move away?
Technically
You-
speaking, the effect doesn't
you-
force you to end the grapple. You just have to move. Which will take it with you.
Fuck.
Well, it said a move away from the bench ray.
Yeah,
if
so I
you're
would have to
moving
drop my
with it,
grapple,
I
yeah.
would
Okay.
I would consider that to be that was the whole point of casting that was to get him to stop grappling. I would have done another one otherwise. But yeah, you have to move away from them, and that it means you're gonna let them go, but you still get to take your full turn beforehand. That said, yeah, it does feel as though that whistling kind of goes inaudible. But you were affected before the silence came
centaur
down, so
would no longer be unable to talk at this point.
He's whistling.
yeah, that's true. At the end of the Banshray's go, that's true. So Winterbow can now speak.
Yeah, I'm
It
centering
says,
it like the spell is centered on the Bantray themselves. Like,
Oh yeah, I should have rolled a wisdom save for him too. Okay, he fails as well, so he has to move. All right.
I will use.
So the
yeah, that's it.
Mhm.
That's all I can do.
Winterbow does kind of call out now that he can speak after no longer whistling and says, "Traveler, you wander into a fading land. You must leave this place at once. As you can see, there are agents of the Hags lurking everywhere."
We're fighting them, actually.
Fighting?
Would you like the hags?
We've been fighting for too long.
Well, there's
We're
nothing
we're
stopping you from
leaving.
helping us now.
I like you. Whilst the rest of my clan have evacuated, I vouched I would stay behind and fight to my last. Fight it is. All right, Vaike, you're up. Sadly, you don't quite hear all of this, but
Yeah,
Mhm.
I'm gonna mess this guy up.
Just
So,
thumbs up at the guys in the silence, and they'll understand.
So,
Go for
Chris,
it.
as we've established, I could swap places with my Echo and maintain my grapple, correct? We've established that.
Hmm,
We have.
Did we?
I don't know. Did we?
think we
I know
did.
you can attack from it. I know you can make opportunity
Because
attacks
he's in
from
the same
it.
spot. He's technically considered to be in their space.
And like, I know you told me I could grapple through, through my Echo. And so I can grapple with my Echo.
Yeah,
And now
you
can
can.
I maintain my grapple if I swap places with my Echo?
Maintaining a grapple. That's the confusing part, because I think you're the one holding them. You're swapping with the Echo. Ah, fuck it. Yeah, sure, you can.
I mean, it's up
It's
to
very
you. Your
weird,
rule.
though.
It's weird. That's why I'm asking.
I'm.
How would you?
Yeah, it's the. If it was my rule, I'd.
Thank you, Matt Mercer.
Let's
Yeah,
see how
Matt
badly you
Mercer
mess him up
created
first.
the most messed up-
Yeah, because either I drop my grapple, because the plan is just to swap places and then beat him up with
Yeah,
my Echo.
Yeah, there's just not enough.
Or I could
Mhm.
just stand here and beat him up.
You can beat him up in one
Right.
swap. Either way,
Yeah.
it doesn't.
All right, let's start beating him up.
Yeah, either way, let's beat him up. Let's start with that.
Beat 'em up.
Let's
Beat
start
'em up.
beating him up. That's the first one.
Yeah, they should really have given more guidance with Echo.
This is the second one.
Oh,
And
Damn.
so
Got it already?
I'm gonna say that if I swap
Nope.
places, to me it makes sense if I swap places, it breaks my grapple. So I'm gonna move my Echo up.
okay.
So that way I can unleash
Yeah.
Incarnation and hit him with another Cestus. And then I
Wow.
will use my bonus
That's
action
good.
to hit him with another shield.
Oh Jesus!
I missed.
Doesn't
Oh,
stop.
I like your modifier. When you roll a 3, it becomes an 8.
Yep. And then I have to move 20 feet away from him.
Yes.
Alright, see, I'll drop the grapple and I'll move 20 feet this way.
Away from him.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm gonna go. Oh, there's difficult terrain. Garreth, why is there honey? Does the honey affect me too?
Yes.
Oh. So technically, if I go through the difficult terrain, I am moving 20 feet away from him.
Oh, sorry.
You're gonna have to move this way.
Can I go this way? Can I go towards the centaur?
It's kind of that's 20 feet from the same, as far away as they can. I'm gonna say that as far away means that this is gonna be the furthest point, right? If you said like I'm gonna go in a circle like this, I would.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I go stand by Ulric. Yep.
The most distance, so I'm going to say you have to go that way. Yeah. So that is not all your movement. That's having said that, you have got 10 feet left.
Fortunately,
You can
15...
fight it and go 10 feet back.
Yeah. No, my echo's got it. He's good for it.
Oh no, sorry. It says end their move at least 20 feet from further away from.
Mm-hmm.
So that's fine. That'll end your turn there.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Hey, Ulric.
All right.
What
Cool.
would happen
God, it's been a while since this game.
if their movement was hindered?
Then it would be affected by a difficult terrain. Yes, it would mean you are like harder to get further away. A Gloltic
He succeeded
is
at
obviously
first
still
save.
unconscious.
Yep.
Okay, Ulric then.
Are you affected by the fall?
Yeah,
He
so I have to
is.
move away from him.
Only Garreth
No,
isn't.
You only have to spend 20 feet away, so you just can't get closer.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't think I don't have tricks. I don't have gadgets or gizmos. Yeah, I'm not gonna move.
Okay. As long as you're 20 feet away, that's fine. You can stay there. That's how I kind of interpreted it. It's you've basically got to get your movement at least 20 feet away from him, but you're already there, so you don't have to move.
Yeah. Oh, and
Okay.
You still have
hold
all your
action?
actions.
To grapple him when you get within range?
I mean, yeah, you could hold actions that way. What would you like to do though? Or you've
Oh no, I'm not. Ulric doesn't want to fight this guy.
he doesn't want to get doesn't want to
Okay.
fight him. No worries.
Ever since like his mom took his maul away and said no more violence, Ulric doesn't feel comfortable
Wow.
committing violence on this guy.
Interesting.
Despite any violence he did when I was gone,
I didn't do any violence.
Interesting.
Okay, I
Interesting.
am not gonna move the thing. A2. A
What
bouquet
effect
of
is that?
flowers appears all around, and each creature in the cube must succeed a Dex saving throw or be blinded until the start of my next turn.
And he's prone.
All right. He is prone, but it doesn't give disadvantage on Dex.
No.
And I'm really, really good at rolling Dex apparently. That is gonna see him roll out of the way of this, and it again with with almost no nostrils or anything. Maybe he's not even breathing in the scent of these roses, but Yeah, he seems to avert his gaze, pull up like this cape, and like shield his eyes as well. Yeah, dexterous
Um,
foes, difficult to deal with.
I am gonna attempt to give him a cookie, because why not?
Okay.
Nope. And that shall be my turn.
Okay. Notus.
Okay. Um. Do the thing, but that's really risky considering my health.
He only has a ranged weapon, so he doesn't have attack of opportunities, as a note.
Technically,
Mm.
everyone has an attack of opportunity.
Technically.
It just doesn't
Unarmed
deal as
strike.
much. Yeah.
And I do have an unarmed strike.
Okay, well, first of all, I'm gonna just stab him to start with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's right there.
He's right there. Is it a crit? That's not a crit.
It is not.
Um,
Does do a great deal of damage though, and he's wounded.
I
You see
am
this
gonna take
sylvan
the
blood
risk.
spilling on
It's
the ground.
probably going to end up killing me because I'm taking it anyway. And I'm gonna use my bonus action to unwavering mark him.
What?
Okay. Yeah, you heard.
Oh, right.
And then before I have to obviously move away, Mischief is gonna bite him. Because screw this
All
guy.
right.
Mm-hmm. Take away
All right.
food.
Oh no, the bite misses again. He like slaps the tongue away before lashing out at said tongue and claws at it with these long sylvan like nails, but being prone actually is a little tough to get him.
He's hitting
Now you
someone
can move
other
away.
than me if he's hitting Mischief.
He would.
That is
He's
correct.
attempting to. He missed.
That's his reaction, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. What does your feature
It's
say
like he has
about someone who
disadvantage
tries
on
to
any
hit?
attack roll that doesn't target me.
Yeah.
And then if he does hit,
Then you get to.
then I get to smack him basically. But I have
Okay,
to move
got
away
it.
now. So does the Mischief has to
Alright.
move away as well, right?
I think so. Yes. Did we roll wisdom for him? I don't remember.
I rolled for him, yeah, so he's got to go to there. Take a
Oh, okay.
Yes,
then,
I
yeah,
like you
he's
too,
moving away
Mischief,
then.
but please. Not on me!
I was literally just moving away. I didn't mean to stand on you, I promise. He's a big boy. You're small.
Did I need to roll a death save for Goltik?
Yeah, I
No.
thought you did, or did you not? What did
Not
you
for
say,
this
Bird,
round.
earlier?
I said that he had rolled a save before, but like he could
Oh,
roll it
okay.
now, but then
I thought you meant for this turn. Yeah,
no,
it'd be another save now then.
he succeeds.
Hey, my
2
boy's
successes.
living.
Okay, Winterbow. Did I roll a wisdom save for Winterbow for the Traveler's Tune?
No, I don't believe so.
He didn't? Are you sure?
No,
I don't
He
remember.
did. You did it
I'm pretty
retroactively
sure
for the
it
first
didn't.
one. Oh,
you're right.
oh no,
okay,
yeah,
I
you
got
did.
it.
He failed it. He failed it. I remember. He wasn't.
All right. Okay. Never mind then. All right. He says, "That thing. It's known as a Banshray. It's one of, I think, Scabatha's assassins. And it will try to fire its longbow in that direction. Curses! Ah, he's like reeling back from the traveler's tune, and as he does, like fires off the bow in a random direction. Unfortunately, yeah, kind of there's like a gallop on the ground. You know what I've also totally forgot about is the campestries, or rather, the
Wait,
corrupted campestries.
campestries?
I
Yeah,
did pull them
they
all out
kind
and put
of
them all in the center.
Uh-huh.
Like, if you remember,
in
I
the big
pulled them all out of
pile,
the
yeah.
ground and put them in a big pile in the center. So they're not.
Yeah.
Within...
No, but they can move. They're not. Very slow pace. I'm gonna say this is them. A swarm of campestries. Where is it? Come on. Let me drag the token out. Jeez. It's not working. There they are. So these are the happy ones, but imagine them as the shriveled, ugly,
Yeah.
corrupted ones. So on their first turn, literally, they would have done like this. Or they could have gone here. And that would have been their turn. Literally that. They didn't get to do anything. I am going to roll them on now. And put them right at the bottom. On the nat one. Okay. So over the course of the fight, you see that they have been hopping from the center. And now, when it gets to their turn now, they hop a little closer still. And they finally caught up to Ulric and Vaike. And on their turn, they will release a explosion of spores.
Well, they were in
Eat
difficult,
them!
they were in difficult terrain because of Ulric's aura. I don't know if that changes.
Oh,
That is
yeah,
true.
that does.
But
How am
to
I
be
supposed
fair,
to?
I
Alright,
think
they
my
had to
range.
dash
Wouldn't my
to get
rage
hit them.
end? Didn't do anything.
No. You can use
Oh.
your bonus action to extend your rage and keep it going for like 10 minutes.
Okay.
So I will assume if you're not, I will assume if you won't do anything on your turn.
Yeah, I would upkeep it.
Oh no,
Yeah.
who left?
Chadnir fell out,
Oh no.
so the stream can't hear us. Okay, he's back.
Let me reconnect him.
Hello, lovely people in the chats.
Discord is just a little slow today.
Mm-hmm.
So they have to dash to get there. Good for us.
Oh, first. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
T from Vape.
Oh.
Which way is he gonna go?
To attack.
Yes, I would. Make a reaction, opportunity attack.
The Echo. Does it need line of sight?
It's not a creature.
It's not a creature. It's not affected by Nistals.
Yeah. Failure. Ooh, thank God. So I just get to make one attack, but I roll both my damage dice, correct?
Thanks. Yeah, that's right. One attack.
That'll hit. So that's going to be plus a d6 from my shield. There we go!
Yep, you're right. Another one. Okay. Extra one.
I should have taken Sentinel.
Alright. Wait,
Do I have my modifier twice? No, yeah.
do you do a modifier twice? I can't remember. No, I think it's once. Then
Here, let me read it.
don't remember.
Oh yeah, add your weapon and add my modifier twice to the damage roll. So take another 4 damage.
And it's
Add
that.
Add both your weapons damage together, and then add your modifier twice to the damage roll. Yeah.
Wait,
Even with half his speed.
even with half movements? Oh
so it's about
fuck.
30.
It has like 35. And I have enough to get up in the tree again.
I know how I feel about that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting pulled out of the
Are you
tree,
dashing?
though, was painful. So
He has 120. He has 120 movement speed.
He has 60 feet movements.
Yeah. So it should be 30.
He used half, and then he used half to stand.
Okay.
I think I'm just gonna make.
He can't
He is in
move.
the
He can't use it in the silence.
Don't say it until after.
No, you gotta be fair.
Distance.
And I think if he goes 30 feet,
The thing.
It's he plays the flute. It says he plays the flute outright.
He
even if
is.
he doesn't
I'll-
have the
I'll-
functions to do so.
wait, hold on.
Difficult terrain.
That's difficult. That's difficult.
That's difficult terrain.
All right, because 5, 10, 15.
You would actually end the silence there
Mhm.
too. You would
on
end
the
there.
flute. Well, that's weird.
All right. Okay.
It's very bizarre though, because you guys are the one making the tune. He hears it again, stops.
Oh no.
And obviously the unconscious. I need you guys to make.
If you already succeeded, you still got to roll. If you already succeeded on this one, do you still have to roll? All right. What about the centaur? What'd he get?
You get advantage. So re-roll that.
Oh, because the frightened one. Oh, nice.
Ooh, the centaur is not afraid.
Ulric.
Oh no.
Well-
Ulric. Okay, Ulric is fleeing. Garreth, you're fine.
Mm-hmm.
Mischief is feared and fleeing. I think so is Vaike. You failed by more than 5 too.
Yep.
This eerie, bizarre creature of the Fae seems to be conjuring all your worst nightmares. This song just chills you and creeps you out to the bone. Whatever like alien like being this is, it knows how to press everyone's buttons. And as the song plays in your heads, it's as though your hope, all the promise of tomorrow sort of is stolen away. The Song of Dread seems to conjure the image of the Fae court, the summer court, coming to Prismere and razing everything to the ground. It's like you can smell smoke in the air. You hear the crackle of fire. And everything is gone. All your loved ones are burned alive. Alright, that'll be his bonus action. I'm going to have him move the rest of his movement up a little bit to here. And then all I've got is my blowgun. I'm going to fire one at Garreth and see if I can hit. Because you're not frightened. And that same flute,
I had 10
after he
HP.
finishes... You do, but you do still need to make a con save, please.
Um,
I will give you Bardic Insp for that.
okay. Distance? I'm just out
never
of
mind,
range, I
that's fine.
believe.
It's
But
not letting me correct it.
Don't leave us. Chris?
I don't know what's up. I think... Yeah, hello, sorry. It's...
You
seems
got
to be
caught
like...
away.
Constant. 11 is a fail. I gotta...
Mm-hmm.
Again. Okay. You fall unconscious. There we go.
What? Excuse me,
He's-
what?
It's not that one. You feel unconscious, so you feel like your eyelids get super heavy. Sleeping. It is a
I
you can be put to sleep. Just checking.
I'm
right?
not an elf.
Yeah. Okay. You're not like an elf. No.
Wait,
Okay,
Do I
good.
get a level of
That works
exhaustion?
then. No, it's unconscious. Not. It's only you only get levels of exhaustion when you hit 0 hit points
Yeah,
specifically.
The automation gave me exhaustion.
Oh, that's fine. It'll go away when I remove the condition. It's there as a temporary thing. Okay. That was one shot. Who else is up? Beard, you're all the way over here. You're in my second range band. That's why I had to roll disadvantage against Garreth, in fact.
Mm-hmm.
I will fire. Oh, stump. Oh. Oh.
Oh.
That is gonna hit.
That's fine.
I need another. I need a con save from you as well.
Is my thing being calculated correctly? Yes. I think it is. No, it's not, is it? Is it?
What is?
I just don't remember how my armor is calculated.
Oh, what's
Yeah.
your thing? Oh, you're talking about your AC. You can use charisma instead of dex for your AC.
Oh,
So it makes it a 14 AC.
Yeah.
Because you're not wearing any
I've,
armor, right?
Yeah, I
You
have
are
leather
wearing armor. You have leather armor.
Yep, and then I have a
And-
cloak that supposedly. I don't know if the arm.
Okay, so you're saying it'd be 11.
Yeah, it'd be 15. Yeah, it'd be 15.
Okay, you should have 15. Yeah, let's change that. There we go. So that makes that a miss. And you can have those temp HP
Yeah.
back. Awesome. So yeah, just in the nick of time, you like try to duck out of the way and turn. As you turn, the cape like swishes up and basically catches the dart. Who else is big danger? Probably Winterbow. I'm gonna shoot one at him as well.
No, Winterbow. No,
Oh
Winterbow.
man, that's not 20. Oh! He's too old to move out the way.
Make your saving throw.
But let's see if he's hardy enough to
Oh!
withstand the poison. Oh, shoot. Boom. He lands with a heavy thud,
oh.
snoring away. Okay, that'll end his go. Baird, you're up.
Who is affected by dread and who's not?
I am.
Notus?
Everyone, right?
Anyone with the big, like, frightened
Everyone
fear
who
on
is
them.
knocked down.
Notus is Notus feared?
Yeah.
Okay.
No. Oh, wait.
Oh, wait.
Sorry, wait. What did you get, Notice?
Both
12 or
Notus
2?
and
Yeah, sorry, you are definitely
feared.
feared.
I rolled a 2.
Feared. Yep.
Okay.
They're fleeing. I picked my targets. The only ones who weren't fleeing. This guy seems to be a little mastermind in terms of who he's going for.
Okay.
Unless you can snap me out of it.
At the moment, Bait, it feels like only you're going to have this round.
I can't get
That's
to
true.
you. You're
Can you
too
not
far away.
Can you not snap me up at a range?
No. I mean, unless I can use
no.
them.
You have to be.
Unless
You
I
have to
can
be
use
within
them.
5 feet.
Yeah, unless I can use a mage hand to do so.
What if I take damage? Does it knock me out of it?
No, it's not about damage. It's about like someone inspiring you and saying like, "Hey, like, get a hold of yourself," and like shaking you with your shoulders and basically grabbing a hold of you as well. Is
Can you
the
do that with
effect?
a
It's like
mage
stopping you
hand?
from fleeing.
Okay. I only have
don't-
one option here. So I'm going to first order of business. I begin to shout, and it looks like I'm shouting in silence.
Oh, you're going for the kill.
But also,
damage.
it is an enchantment spell.
Which means you get to also
Charm.
I get to beguiling charm him,
Oh boy.
and he needs to make a wisdom saving throw against my spell save DC. On a failed save, he is charmed or frightened. My choice for 1 minute.
Okay, another save. My luck ran out.
And that that is a
Yay.
fail.
He is
Mm-hmm.
he's charmed.
And yep. Which means he considers me an ally and a friend for a minute.
Okay. And then he repeats the save at the end of his turn, doesn't he?
Yep, he does. And I yell at
Okay.
him, "Don't hurt
Right, this-
anybody!"
Okay, this fight might be coming to a very quick close. Then,
So what do I have to do? in
Vaike,
this
you have to
condition?
just run away
What
this
is it?
turn.
I have to use my action.
You either have to dash, hide, or disengage. And if you can't do those, you have to just dodge. So you have to move away from your source of fear
I'm
until
out
you
of
can no
sight.
longer see them. Or
Can I see him right now? Because I'm
Right.
behind Ulric.
if you just duck, you can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll move the echo over here. I'm going to
These
go. I'm
people
gonna
don't block line of
dash
sight.
over here.
Oh yeah, the echo's not under the condition.
And then now that I
Mhm.
use 30 feet of my movement and I'm no longer frightened and I dash, I will use my.
You are frightened. You have to just make one of those
I don't get my
actions,
bonus.
right?
I
You
get- I
can
get my
bonus
bonus
action
on
Zone
that.
hidden
something.
if you want to keep the charm up. I will note that.
I'm not going to hit him. I'm simply going to. Well, I'm gonna shake his hand. That's all I'm gonna do. And then I will teleport.
Are you more than 30 feet from your echo?
It's at the end of my
Yeah.
turn. It's at the end of my turn that it goes away.
Is that?
Yes.
Oh, it went away then. What the fuck?
That's because I
Okay.
teleported. But yeah. But I will end up
He
here.
teleported
I
the
think it was literally
frightened
just.
condition
All right.
because he used his
Bizarre.
action.
Okay.
So he's back on it again.
Finding new ways,
Mm,
finding new and interesting ways to overcome fear.
Yep.
Very insane. This is Echo Night for you.
Mhm.
All right.
And then
That'll be your turn. Ulric.
Because we're buddies, I'll just put my arm around
Oh.
him. Like, what's up, guy? How's it going?
Okay. Looks at you with a peculiar
I
tilt of the
imagine-
head.
I imagine that the beguiling is literally like Baird's curse, like getting in the way of like any ability to recognize him as anything, like in particular. Like it's just like Baird going completely fuzzy.
All right.
You can't place who or what's going on.
Does look bewildered, and you do see him lowering his flute. Ulric, you just have to dash as well.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't teleport?
Okay, well, in a weird way, that's no, we
no,
cannot.
that's another
But it is
range.
keeping you away from the. It is
Ba-
keeping you away from the swarm of Campestries, at least.
Yeah, true.
Jeepers.
Ah well. All right. And then Garreth, you're unconscious.
Do I
The
get
bow
up
is
now?
unconscious. No, you are fully out of it.
Damn,
Someone can use
cheater.
their action to wake you up, but you are unconscious, just sleeping.
Oh, I'll make a death
Okay.
save for Goltik.
Then, yeah, and then the top.
Hey, he's
stable.
stable.
He's stable. Okay, we believed, we knew. Clapperclaw doesn't have to make death saves because effectively they don't bleed out. Let's just put it that way. They're a construct. Their body is just full of hay. If they want to come back, they can just be stuffed with more. Charmed says, "Don't attack us." You see them just sort of back away then from, at least from Vaike, and disengage. I think. Yeah, I don't want to. He's not.
What? No attack of
I think it's-
opportunity? What's wrong?
He disengaged.
No. Being
No, he's not.
Yeah, I
charmed doesn't
know.
mean he's like brainwashed from everything that happened. He definitely still feels the bruises and the teeth knocked out. Well, he had a mouth. It feels like his jaw's loosened, that's for sure. So he's going to get away from you. And
He's probably very
Um,
confused.
very, very confused. But he backs up some distance. I can still move him like 60 feet. Would be like nearly off the map, nearly. So yeah, I mean, like I can go to here. Kind of ridiculous. Okay. As a bonus action, though, I don't think he's doing anything this round. I think we just
Okay.
pass and bed back to you.
Okay.
He looks like he's just trying to get away. Perhaps he is on the run, some 60 feet from you, from Vaike.
The problem is
But
is
he's
how like beat up we are.
Yeah. I would position him somewhere like off the map, but I'm not gonna do it. Living over the logs, tree to tree. Ducking through the underbrush. That's up to you what you want to do at this point, Bad.
How bad does he look?
Very bad. Yeah. You feel like if maybe he had failed that save, you would have had him kind of bad. But he's holding on barely.
Okay. I think that gives me my decision. They are a agent of the Hag. And they've hurt my friends.
Hey, hell yeah.
You see as Baird yells out something. Anyone who has any lip reading says would be able to get just a little bit. He yells out, you'd be able to hear just "I am," and then he just like says it, points at it, and he
It's another dissonant whispers. Uh-oh.
That's a fail.
Oh,
No, it is a
dang.
success. Damn it. It is a success.
It is a fail. It
But-
succeeds. And
he gets
I'll tell you
another.
how close he is. He's
He
on
gets
this
a-
stuff.
Oh, another wisdom
Another
save.
wisdom save. Mhm.
First against losing
Okay.
the condition, and then against getting the condition again.
Does
A
He
13
failed.
is a
no,
fail.
it fails on that, yeah. DC 14.
And I
Okay.
and I yell, wait!
Okay. He's so confused, like bleeding out of his ears. Like hearing this whispers, the psychic damage ends the charm, and then you reapply the charm again.
Yep.
Is that how it works? Okay, that's crazy. All right. Vaike, you see he is trying to make a getaway. If this would be the last chance you get before he whistles
What
into
do
the
I have a
trees.
higher chance of hitting him?
Because I
My Javelin of Warning or my Thorn Whip?
Thorn Whip, probably.
you're. They both
Yeah.
had strength.
I do the same amount
So
of damage,
equal.
but this one will grapple him. So Thorn Whip, bring us home.
All right.
Yeah!
This is it.
Woo!
Oh my. Okay, Vaike, you yank him back towards you, and his body goes limp in the air, and you manage to reel him all the way into your grasp, and that will
Woo!
end combat as he goes limp in your grip.
Wonderful. Now I do hate to be this guy, but I do got to get ready for work.
Oh yeah.
I think there's a good place to end. Yeah, let's wrap it up.
I'm out of spell slots. I think
No
literally
worries.
Baird points, does that, and then he literally faints. Like he just like
Mhm.
And we're gonna faint as well. Well, my internet's gonna faint because I swear that was a
Aw.
little bit awkward. But yeah, thank you guys, and we'll get some answers from this guy next session.